says showtime with a microphone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm having a good morning. I hope you're having a good morning. There we go. Yeah, looks live. Let me double check on the tube of the U. Pretty sure we'll be good there too. And there it is. And there I am. Yep, there we go. Hello, good morning. And let's see, Rumble. Rumble, you've been kicking some butt. Make sure you're live. Rumble. And let's make sure it should be live. Let's see where we go. Rumble's not saying it yet, but that's all right. We'll come back. It usually goes right away. All right. Good morning, everybody. Really nice to see you. Oh, 3 of you already. Hello. Good morning. It's going to be a wonderful day. We have, and I didn't even notice this until I was making the thumbnail for the stream itself, that we have the OPP commissioner today. Big boss, top dog. I guess we've been building up to him because he's the last OPP OPS officer that we're expecting, except for ex-chief Slowly, which we're expecting tomorrow. So today should be a full day with Thomas Carrique. I've been trying to find out how to pronounce that, so I'll be paying attention when they announce him. And Carrique, Commissioner Carrique. Well, Commissioner, you have a great team so far. The people have been wonderful. That's under you. You had one political guy where he was a little bit political. Oh, good morning, Connie. First, you get first. He's one political guy, but the rest of your staff, and even him, he was pretty upfront and honest, but he was, playing the games a bit. So we're expecting probably high caliber from you, high honesty from you, high integrity from you. I don't think anybody would be surprised if you just continued to show that the OPP was aware of what was going on. Your reports were wonderful. Haddon Hayden reports were wonderful. And I think you're just going to shine up there. It's going to be a long day because there's going to be a lot more information coming out of you because you're going to be the commissioner. And I'm really looking forward to your testimony. So I thought maybe this morning, Christine didn't do another summary. She's super busy. Got the book out. She got a lot going on. She also is a lawyer. She's also fighting for our rights and freedoms on many different fronts. So totally get it. So I don't have a video from Christine for you today. Maybe tomorrow. Probably one for Slowly for sure. But today I thought I would just introduce myself a bit. We're now on the 11th stream. Some of you kind of know that I'm running for office. It's kind of my motivation to come out of the woodwork from my introvert life. I'm a software guy. I do computer stuff mainly. And then I do other things on the side for kind of fun, like law and flying. But I thought I would introduce myself a bit because I am running for office. This trucker convoy, the result of it, the reaction to it, the government response, that was my motivator to change my life from a private life to a public life. It wasn't something that I was planning for, aiming for, trying to do with my career. My career was technology mainly. I'm a behind the scenes type of guy. I do the back end, computer, cloud. Those are all the things that I actually have a passion for, believe it or not. It's a lot of fun to set up that kind of stuff and do that kind of work. For me, I get to work with great people all over the place, around the world. Oh, we're getting some checking on the audio. Great. And what it did was that it prepared me to be a businessman, an entrepreneur. I'm very curious. I like to analyze. I like to dig deep. I practice this thing called mind mapping, where you kind of visualize things in your head and you can kind of keep things organized. It's a technique I picked up a long time ago, kind of naturally, and then there was some training I did. But it helps me to kind of analyze large things and make connections and find, where things may be overlap and are related in ways that you don't normally see. It helps me, with my technology stuff, and it also helps in law. And it also helps me review complicated things and, kind of extrapolate the necessities and understand it better. So, building on that foundation, I, sold the company, a technology company. I got involved with event ticketing. So we took on Ticketmaster in the early days. Before all these other alternate ticketing companies were around, we were one of those that did that in Canada. It was in a company called Ticket Break. Some of you might know it. It was pretty. We had lots of penetration in the Toronto market, Eastern Ontario market. The Barrie Colts. We did the Barrie Colts hockey team tickets for many seasons. And then we eventually sold that company off and went on to other things. For me, I went into law. So we kind of took a little bit of a hiatus from career and took a year to go and get an accelerated course done for paralegal in Ontario. Ontario, they regulate and license paralegals. It's the first jurisdiction in North America to do that. So everywhere else, if you're hearing me and you hear paralegal, you're thinking legal assistant. But in Ontario, that's not the case. Ontario, it's a trained license. You have to pass the exam, the bar. They treat it differently there because in Ontario, what they did was they introduced paralegals as another member of the law society. And we were basically lawyers, but limited to, let's just call the easier stuff, the stuff that the lawyers really shouldn't have to spend too much time on because their rates are high and the work isn't requiring that kind of expertise. Traffic, small claims court, minor offenses in the criminal code, anything under $5,000 fine, they're called summary. Any summary conviction or anything that you're looking at a summary conviction for, paralegals can handle in Ontario. So I did all that kind of stuff. I went into courts. I had defendants. I represented defendants. A couple claims where I represented the plaintiff, small claims, all that kind of stuff. So I did that kind of really late in life. In my late 30s, I went back to school, did the exam on my 40th birthday, February 14th. And that's an important date here because February 14th, they invoked the Emergency Act on my birthday. Thanks, Trudeau. Yeah, did that. And then practice for a little bit because I really wanted to not be intimidated by law. I really wanted to have an understanding of law, how to do it, how to read statutes, how to go through the procedures, how to understand how the system works. So I spent a couple years doing that. Got a job with federal government, not federal government, county government, so regional government. We took care of some municipalities. I did the IT there, and that was a lot of fun. There was some good work there. Really exposed me to the behind the scenes of government and technology, bureaucracy, how they keep things, security. It was a good eye opener to understand how government works. And that's also where I got a good understanding that we have elected officials and non-elected officials, and they actually compete and they run things between this dynamic between them. And what you may learn if you get into that kind of side of things is non-elected officials have a lot of power and they are around for a long time. They don't have a public exposure per se. And they're not really that accountable when it comes to the public as you see with elected officials, because elected officials have to get a vote. So you have to be very public. You have to work with the people, whereas the unelected officials, not so much. They're all great people. Like I met a lot of great people there. And that's what also empowers me to know that the government isn't full of corrupt people that are out to destroy our country. That's just simply a narrative that's just not true. We certainly have some leaders, which we should be paying close attention to and understanding what they're doing. But the staff, a lot of staff that I worked with and met over the years, that's not the class. They're excellent people. Public servants, right? You're getting into a business or you're getting into a career where you're doing work for the people. So I worked with a lot of good people there, still in contact with quite a few of them. And that's why I feel like the government has a chance. You know, we just need to tweak and fix some things and plug some holes and remove some bad apples. But overall, I think Canada has a wonderful government, the people, because it's of the people. So I'm not one of the ones that think the government is corrupt and it's bad and it's going to just crash on us and it's just out there to destroy and hurt us. However, if you read my bio on Twitter and all over the place, I'm absolutely against government overreach and the global agenda because they're both real. We do have global agenda and we do have government overreach. I wish we didn't have to say anything about that or work on that, but it's just true. So sovereignty, federalism, these are things that are important to me. They always have been important to me, even before I decided to get involved with running for local office or for federal office. But it's something that we don't talk about enough in this country. We we kind of just let things go. Every once in a while, you'll hear Alberta and Quebec kind of pop up around that subject, and the federal government's pretty good at kind of quashing it. With Alberta, they kind of quash it hard, and with Quebec, it's kind of more negotiated. Here's some concessions, and then let's leave this subject alone because we don't want all the other provinces getting excited about doing the same thing. So I've been watching this sovereignty thing for quite some time. When I was living in Eastern Ontario, we lived quite close to Montreal and in Quebec, so I met a lot of people from Quebec, a lot of good people in Quebec. There's this little animosity between the West and Quebec that I don't think should exist because the people of the provinces are great. It's their leaders. It's the leaders. Leaders will throw mud, call names, and then we all kind of look at the whole province and say, you're all doing it, which is not the case. If you actually ever get a chance to go to Quebec, Montreal is beautiful. The old city is wonderful. Get your stepper and walk around because it's a great place to go. Do try and speak French. Your best bet is to always say bonjour and then go into English because at least you try, and they're very friendly there. But when it comes to leadership, yeah, they're a little bit different. They have a different political system in Quebec. It runs a little bit different than the rest of the country. It's interesting if you actually get into looking at how the Quebec system works. They vote differently than we do here, but that also allows them to break the two-party system. So in Quebec, they break that two-party system all the time. In fact, because their party has like no support in Quebec right now. But anyways, it's a very interesting environment. But I'm not from Quebec. My last name's Lavigne or Lavigne. It depends where you are and how you say it. I'll take all of it. Before Avril Lavigne was around, I had lots of different ways that people would say it to me. But yeah, Avril's younger than me, so you know she's taken after me. But anyways, so I'm French blood, but English tongue. I don't have much of a French tongue. That's just the upbringing I had. I was brought up in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. I born in Manitoba, brought up in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and then I went over to the east to build my career and do all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, at the time, Winnipeg wasn't high tech. They were just breaking into high tech in the 90s. So I followed the modems and those weird sounds that you hear on the modems out to the East Coast, Toronto, Halifax. I worked out there quite a lot. And now I'm here and I'm looking to set up our homestead. We are off grid. We do solar power. We do all that. Not because we're super green or anything like that. We do think you should be responsible and not make a mess. But for financial reasons, it would cost the same amount of money to bring the grid in to where we're at because we're so far away from the road that it just made practical sense to go ahead and be off grid. But we do love it. We know we have to take care of our stuff. We got to run a generator from time to time, but we definitely don't miss the monthly bills. And when our neighbors are out of power, we'll just enjoy Netflix quietly then. It's a good life. We're building our house. We don't have a house yet. That might take some time, but we're working on it. We'll be throwing the hammer around ourselves. But yeah, so we're enjoying it. I got 2 young boys, 8 and 6. They're awesome. You might have seen them on the stream a couple times. But what we're trying to do is we're homeschooling them. We're giving them a great education. My oldest, he's a stellar. He's just super advanced. They don't have programs for him in the local public school. And my young one, he's a wonderful little spark. He's our special guy, and we need to give him lots of extra time to help him. He's currently working through nonverbal, and he's got well over 100 signs, and we're working with him, and he's awesome. You're going to meet him one day, I hope. And that's my 2 boys, and then I got a wonderful wife. We imported her from abroad. No, we didn't. She imported herself. We met a long time ago in Toronto. It's been a wonderful ride, and I'm glad that she's out here. She's raising the chickens, and we do some of that stuff around here too. And if she's ever not shy and we can get her on a stream, you might see her a couple more times. And then yeah, so we're setting up shop here, and I'm doing some tech stuff. We're trying to set up the homestead, and I got myself into this political stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill this with a little bit of time by sharing a couple little videos, a little bit more personal about me, and kind of what pushed me to get behind running as an independent. I was approached by the PPC, great party. They're doing good things. There's a lot of people working hard in that party, all levels on that party. HQ, you got your plate full. 338 ridings to orchestrate is a lot of work. However, I'm an independent at heart, and I also I object and I'm against party whips and party platform. I think that's where democracy dies. When we actually have our ideas and our needs move up, they get stopped by the platform and the whip. So even our local MP, if he wanted to or she wanted to do anything that's against the party platform, it's a no-go. So I felt strongly that the only way to represent the people of Yellowhead properly and fully was to do it as an independent. In that way, I can go in there and give the voice of Yellowhead and not the voice of the party. And it also gives me the ability to work with all parties because, of course, it won't be a fully independent house. But being independent means I can work with all parties. I don't have the stigma of being from the other party. Which does help me in two ways. One, it helps me do some unity and bridging if there's some work around that that's necessary, and it also helps me do some oversight and make sure that I'm asking questions, the tough questions, because there are some tough questions to be asked and some very tough answers to listen to. So by being a true independent, and when I say a true independent, I don't mean one that left a party to become independent or was kicked out of a party and become independent. I mean, you ran as an independent, you went in as an independent, and you truly represent just your riding, not the national platform and not the party. So oversight, accountability is something that an independent can bring to the House that I think is unique, that other party members can't do. Because quite frankly, when you're in a party and your government is in power, you're either going to be a cabinet or a backbencher, and you're there for the votes. We see them whipped together. They vote along party lines. They're there for the sound bites. Every once in a while, an MP will get a sound bite, be able to stand up and say something. But when it comes to actually pushing agendas, checking out information, pushing for inquiries, individual MPs don't have a heck of a lot of power inside of a party. If they want to stay in that party and if they want to be able to be elected again, they don't fight too hard. I get it. They're humans. They're trying to stay in that position, but none of that was attractive to me. I do understand that independent is the hardest road possible. I don't have a built-in base. The PPC offered me a good base. In my riding, PPC finished second last election. So it was a good base. It was a good base for People's Party here in the riding of Yellowhead. However, for all those reasons I just explained, I couldn't accept their offer to become their candidate in waiting or the CEO of the riding. But again, I wish them all the best and the best of luck. We also have a wonderful member of the Maverick Party in our riding. He's actually quite good. Got nothing bad to say about him. He's working hard. He's doing the right things. But I wish him all the best because that's still a party. And I do think the best option is independent going forward. Because under that, I can go in there with a strong mandate from the people of Yellowhead, not from a party at all. And I can promise then to the people of Yellowhead that my intention the entire time is to make them sweat and squirm because that's how we can keep them honest. Think about it like a referee in a hockey game, right? You have the red and blues against each other here. And then if we didn't have referees blowing the whistle, calling the penalties, and just being there, just a presence of a referee on the ice will keep it cleaner. We won't be able to get rid of all of it, but at least we can then utilize penalties and whistleblowing and make sure that we are looking at and trying to keep them honest. Because I do believe that a party system can work because there are national issues and you do need national unity and you do need national consensus on stuff. So I do understand and see the purpose of the party system, and I do believe it can work as long as there's some good oversight and accountability. And there is at least a level trying to keep them honest. The Canadian system, we actually have independence built in. So an independent is already part of the system. we can run and sit as an independent. In fact, the rules are slightly different around financing for independents for some reason. Um, we can get into that in another episode, but it does mean it's difficult for independents to financially support themselves, but that's no problem. We'll get through that barrier as we go ahead. But it does mean that our system does accept and has an ability for independents to be there, have a voice, and have an impact. Now, why would our system have that? Well, the oversight accountability. From the very beginning, we always knew that third-party independent oversight is the only way you can get true oversight. The parties don't like that, of course, because they would rather just trip somebody and spear somebody and slash somebody from time to time and not be called on those penalties. They prefer to function that way. Remember, they have a whip. So that's kind of how they have a mindset. They do whip. So what that ends up meaning is independents are really the only option, and that includes third-party parties. So all the other parties, they're still parties, and they still have whips. So they still have the same problems there. Yes, they are a little bit more opposition-y in that they can voice opposition to whoever is in power. But as we've seen with the NDP and the Liberal partnership that they've openly announced, that's not really a thing anymore. We don't really have third-party opposition unless we get some PPC in there or something like that. We really don't have some third-party opposition. So truly, the only good way to give third-party oversight is independent, true independent. So someone who went in as an independent. It's hard. I know it's hard. It's going to be difficult. The stars have to line. The message has to get out. My mug has to be everywhere. I have to shake a lot of hands, and I'm cool with all that. Because once we accomplish that, we're going to have that oversight that we need. And we'll also have an ability to have both sides have a way to talk to each other, or they kind of, on some issues where they're just opposed to each other so vigorously that you will need a third party, kind of like a mediator, to work on it. And that's why I think don't send just one. You should be sending a couple independents per province. 24 or 36 independents in there of 338 would impact the entire House. The entire House would act a lot better. They wouldn't be so quick to pull some of the old sneaky games, and they probably would proceed a little bit more cautiously. So our next government, likely Conservative, right? Pierre's gaining steam, and it could go that way quite easily. But in order to make sure that he himself doesn't turn into the complete opposite, but the same, which is mandate, going to just push it through, going to do things. You still want that check and balance in there. You still want that accountability and oversight there, because what we truly would want is a good, strong next government, the 45th Parliament, whoever it is. We would want them to be a lot stronger, a lot more transparent, and really repair the distrust that a lot of people have in the current government. And I believe an independent can do all of that. An independent group, like a group of independents, will do that for you. And also, if you ever get this message, I think if you really think about it, a group of independents would actually benefit you in your next cabinet or your next parliament. And why? Well, because we're going to be demanding some accountability from the last one. We're not pleased with a lot of the things. We have an inquiry, unprecedented, a whole bunch of things. There's going to be a lot of accountability that's going to be demanded of the next government. And look, I think it'll be difficult for him to just straight up by himself go to the jugular of the Liberal Party and try and clean up and hold people accountable, because it would look partisan. That would be the argument the entire time. It's a partisan move. They're just doing that for partisan reasons. That's reason number one. Reason number two would be because it's a two-party system and they don't actually go for each other's jugular. They're always just government in waiting, and then the other one's government. They don't want a third to ever take over, and because that means one of them have lost support. So truly, the parties, although they are technically supposed to be opposition, they're more back-to-back fighting than they are front-to-front fighting, because ultimately, what's the biggest threat to them is another group replacing one of them. So there's this mutual agreement where they don't actually really go for the jugular of each other. So that's where I think, Pierre, I think we're an independent group can help you out there. because the independent group can push that oversight and accountability stage harder than you can. Even though you may want to push it really hard, you understand that if you push hard, they're going to push hard on you next time. And we all know you're going to try and avoid that. But let the independents go in there, do the dirty work. Happy to do it. We'll go in there and ask the hard questions and seek the right documents and expose properly. Hey, Sandy, you agree with that? So you think a few independents should get in there? I do too. I also think that the territories should become provinces. They've been put on the back burner far too long. They don't have enough representation in the House. They only have one each. That is insane. They can't even have a split issue in their territory and be represented. For example, they have to follow one person, and if that one person has, they fall on this side of the agenda or the mission or an issue, the other half is not represented at all. There's not even an opportunity to. So I think they should have 3 seats in the House minimum, but we can get back to that one later. But yeah, I would like to see Canada become more unified. I think independents can help do that. And if you indulge me, I'll just go play my little campaign video for you. Actually, I don't think I can. I think we're running out of time. I was talking too much. The stream's up and we're about to start. But sorry about that. That was kind of more of a political, hello, I'm Jason. This is kind of what's driving my mission to go from a private life to a public life. It wasn't a choice that I wanted to do, but I did feel compelled. I do have young children. I am worried about the impact on them in the future if a particular agenda keeps going. Actually, I think I have enough time to speak about that one. So Quebec passed a bill, I think it was Bill 15, C15, Bill 15, which took away parental rights. So parental rights in Quebec are now gone. The state now has the right, and what they've done is they've given the right to the child, and then the child is represented by the state. So the state will determine when a child needs a decision made for them. So they get to decide, and then they also get to be the ones that make the decision for them. The parent is now taken out of the loop. That scares me because, well, we homeschool our kids. That's one thing. And somebody in the future may determine that homeschooling is probably, in their opinion, they're wrong, but in their opinion, might not be the best thing for my child and decide to intervene. If we have mechanisms in place in Alberta and Canada where the state decides what's better for my child, I think that's a big mistake. And that would be a day that wouldn't be fun for all involved. If I had to approach or, be faced with the idea that my kids either had to go into public school system or had to get something put into them or anything along those lines because the state decided that. And if I don't go along with that, then I may lose my access to my children. That's my driver. So Quebec is starting to do that. We see the federal government doing things like allowing children starting in March 2023 to decide to end life, get in end of life care. So I can see where this is headed, and that's why I definitely want to be in the 45th Parliament to try and pull back on this agenda. Get away from our kids, stay away from certain subjects in school that should never be there. Certain issues with our children shouldn't be issues with our children. I want to go and make sure that I can do whatever I can to limit the government's power on the lives of our children that shouldn't be there. I have to. I'm cautiously concerned about them, and that's my driver. So that's why I went from a private introvert nerd who loves to watch silly YouTube videos about circuit boards and things like that and how they work. Ben Eater is one of my favorite followers. So if you go and watch him, you'll know what I mean. I'm a nerd, but I enjoy it. But I'm going to put all that aside, do things like this, stream to you all day, go critique the government, go in there and look for these problems and have some input on it and do what I can to get in there for the next parliament and make some changes. So thank you very much for letting me spend that little time to get that out. I haven't had an opportunity to do that, and I think it was kind of time for people to have an opportunity to kind of meet who the Jason is behind here. I'm more than just a handsome guy. I am a nerd, and I have a passion for my children, and I don't put my head in the sand. So because of that mind mapping thing that goes on in my head, I can see how the government is taking steps towards becoming parents to my children, and I'm not cool with that. Oh, Connie, thanks for the bio, and it was good to know a bit. And thank you, Connie. And that's kind of what I wanted to get out there. I don't want people thinking anything that's not true about me, and they kind of wanted to know a bit more about me. I've had some people ask, so I thought here's a good opportunity. We didn't have a video to share this morning, so share me. So thank you, Connie. Oh, cool. Nice to meet you, Sandy. Thank you. And I'm also a pilot, so I have a lot of fun doing that. I did that because honestly, I moved away from the city and I was trying to keep my law stuff going. So I was going to commute to Toronto often, and I did. So I used a plane to fly to Billy Bishop and do some court stuff. But it's also a ton of fun, great freedom. And to anybody who's ever thought I wanted to do it but didn't, do it. Okay, I did it late in life. It takes 60 hours or so of flight training, and then you'll be a pilot. You'll be able to fly on your own and enjoy it. It's a ton of fun because as soon as you start, you forget the whole world. All you're worried about and thinking about is making sure you get to your destination safely and you handle all the problems. Have a great day. We'll talk soon. Okay, it looks like we're dealing with a bunch of issues, but we're back. We're back. Generators on, batteries are on, UPS is on, everything's on. We shouldn't have any more troubles there. Whew. That's all good. This is what off-grid living is like, and it's fine. I will take this over a utility bill any day of the week. But I am sorry you guys missed some of that amazing testimony. This was a great start to the commissioner's testimony. Who likes his technique? Who likes the way he takes his time, very constructed, gets his answers out? How do you like that? For me, I love it. It's exactly what I wish everybody sounded like and talked like and worked, because it's just straight to the point. You can tell there's no bias there. He's working very hard at just being who he is, which is analytical, to the point, honest. I definitely have a lot of notes, even though I had to run around and deal with some stuff. I got a lot of notes for you. And I also have some guests for this lunch break. Chris is coming back, I believe. He's good to go. He's got a microphone. So all of you who love Chris like we do, you'll be able to enjoy that. And Etienne from Save Democracy should be joining us as well. A little under the weather yesterday, so I had to reschedule. So hopefully we can get that to you today. And Wayne's in the chat today. So good to see you, Wayne. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you can work out the issue with the, being on the screen for too long. It affects you. So whenever you can get a chance to join us, we're happy to have you, and we'd love to see you in the live chat there. So sorry for those 2 interruptions. Oh my, those weren't the government trying to censor you. Those were poor timing on the sunrise. What are you going to do? It's coming up now. I can see it now. I am 2 hours earlier than the Eastern time, so we are up early. It's quite dark, but sorry about that. I tremendously feel bad about that. But anytime, of course, I'm going to run around and get you back up. So thank you for sticking around. I can see we didn't lose anybody. You all were patient and waited with me. So I thank you all very much for that. All right, let's get some of the notes. I think he's been a great witness so far. We are hearing from the Commission Council. So we're going to be getting, they're going to be driving right down the middle of the lane, trying to do their best. But there's definitely been a lot of stuff that came out quickly. And I think if you're looking for the truth, you're going to be quite pleased so far. The OPP has quite well established, to my satisfaction, that's an honorable organization. They're definitely trying to do what you would want exactly from an OPP or any police service. I like it. I really do like it. And I think some of the comments in here, you like this style as well. So, so my notes got, basically at the beginning, they're talking about everything coming together, the truck coming in, the trucks coming in, the convoy coming in, being prepared, not being prepared, plans, no plans, handling it well, not handling it well. All of that started to be established. One of the quotes was, "Trucks cannot be contained, reports and high-level overview." So when he first kind of started to come into it, when he was again brought into it, some of the concerns there were the trucks cannot be contained. There was no mechanism in place and no planning in place to do that. So everything was unblocked and everything was opened and they were all going to come in. And his original involvement was more from reading reports and high-level overview. He wasn't making a bunch of phone calls and getting busy. He's got an entire police service to run. Sure, he knew about it. He was aware about it. He's not like some of the other testimony or witnesses we've heard so far where they were pretending like they didn't understand or know it. He knew. He was aware. But he was more oversight at that point, high-level overview, and reading the reports. But what he did get from it was the OPS did seem to be disorganized, and there were some F-bombs being dropped. So quite early, it was getting reported to him that their emotions were getting high and people were getting frustrated. And I think, as he's going to learn a little bit later on, there's a lot of pre-existing divisions going on, and some issues between Slowly and I think it's Drummond and Bell. Like, there's a whole bunch of it's like a high school. There's a whole bunch of cliques going on inside of the OPS that don't necessarily get along. And that's unfortunate. It doesn't sound like the OPS suffers from that. So this is not a police services issue. This is probably something that's not inherent in police services. There might be something very unique going on here in Ottawa, or in police services that kind of follow this, where they have some division like that. It might be not the norm. It might be more unique, or maybe the OPP are the exception to the rule, and they're just a well-oiled machine. In either case, I don't see the OPP suffering from the OPS issues. So it was easy for the OPP to kind of recognize those issues and highlight them. So he received some messages that let him know that they were a little disorganized and some F-bombs are going. And his testimony was, this is the first time I saw these issues. And then he spoke with Slowly and talked about resources. So right away, when he was realizing that there's some dysfunction going on, that possibly they're going to need some help, when he felt it was at that stage, he made a call out to Slowly and initiated conversations. I think that's pretty interesting and a little bit telling, because that also means that at this time Slowly wasn't reaching out to them. So they were doing their thing, and from an outside view, it looked disorganized. But an inside view, I'm sure they knew it was disorganized. But the OPP reached out to them and said, hey, look, we're here, we're around, you've seen our cars, let us know if you need anything. And that's pretty cool to know that the OPP is proactive in reaching out on situations as they're developing. I'm a little disappointed that the OPS wasn't as proactive to have all available resources, at least at the table and speaking, so you can at least identify early what resources can and might be available to you going forward. So it seems like, we've heard this missed opportunity window a few times. I can see it kind of developing here. No pointing blames at this point. It just seems a lot of dysfunction led to, maybe not pulling the right strings and the right triggers for the right things at the right time. His January 31st notes indicated that they felt the negotiation was the way out of this. And then he was asked if he agreed if it was an occupation. If you've been following the stream for 10 days plus, minus 2 interruptions on power, you would have known that this is important. When did it turn into an occupation? There's a couple really important reasons why this is important. Because if it gets declared as an illegal occupation, there's a whole whack of statutes and laws that kick in that are available as tools for police, cities, municipalities that they now have access to. It's kind of like exactly when you declare an emergency. As soon as that happens, everything in the Emergency Act kicks in. So whether or not it was an occupation is important, whether or not it was declared legally as an occupation, and whether or not it allowed for additional tools to be used, and whether or not they were used, are all important. So when he was drilling down to whether or not there was an occupation, the commissioner said he had no reason to disagree, because he's working with the police partner, and it's not so much his job to really question everything that there is being said. If he smells or feels it's not truthful and stuff, I'm sure as an investigator, part of his body, he will definitely want to inquire. But at this stage, he's also relying upon his partners, because he did agree that the OPS did not anticipate or was not ready for this level of anything. Truckers, it could have been just other things. It didn't have to be this particular convoy, this particular protest. It just exposed that they weren't ready for like anything of that size. And then he did feel like occupation would be a correct term, because he kind of went into not deep enough, because I felt it would have been necessary to use the legal definition of occupation and the legal declaration of occupation, because at this point they are just labeling it. They're not even using the legal mechanisms to officially call it that. They're just kind of labeling it that way. He did break down that the Hendon reports did indicate that there was really no exit strategy, and it was going to be a long-term protest, and for sure multiple weeks. Now, keep in mind, this is on January 31. Okay, we've heard from OPS that they had no idea at this point how long it was going to be. They thought it was going to be 2 days max. No, everybody knew it was going to be a while, because if you just spoke to any of the groups that were involved, you heard their demands. And as this commissioner pointed out, some of those demands could not be realized, and some groups would not move based on those demands. So correctly, he's letting everybody realize that there was multiple groups involved, not necessarily one major correlated group, but there's multiple groups. And some of them, through conversation, their demands were not going to be met. So whether the large group came for 2 days and left or not, whether or not a whole bunch of people came with passion and got bored after the weekend and left or not, was well understood that there was at least going to be some groups there that were going to be there a little bit longer than the weekend, because their demands can't be met. So that's a stalemate, right? There's a draw. It's a stalemate. You won't be able to move that. So those were identified by January 31st. So before the 4th, and a lot of other dates that become important later, it was clear there was going to be some stalemate. Then he goes on to say that there were some indications that there would be a need for more resources, and if there was, they would follow for sure. But the first written indication that they needed resources was February 2nd. But the entire time, he was letting everybody know, the entire time from the very beginning, they didn't really require a request to have officers around, involved, observing, helping. They were doing it the entire time. They have employment records that show the entire time they were involved. They were around. And then he goes into that we start talking about the injunction. So at first, the question was posed to him as if the injunction was not supported by him, because there were notes by someone else who kind of indicated that the commissioner didn't support the injunction. And then he corrected the record. So he said, no, that's not quite the case, because those are not his notes. He would say that he was supportive of the injunction, but that they needed to be ready for it, because in the way he explained it was, you don't just go get an injunction and then just hold it out and go, ha, we got one. The purpose of an injunction is to be executed. So the moment that the injunction is approved, you need to be ready to execute on it. It's not something that you go get and then you plan and go. It's something that you prepare for, so that if you get the permission for it, you're immediately enabled to enact and execute on your plan. So that was his only caveat to the idea around an injunction, was to be ready to execute it. That makes a ton of sense, right? Makes a ton of sense. You should be ready in advance to go ahead and execute it. So someone's notes kind of indicated that it wasn't supported, but it didn't indicate in the notes why. And by the way, it was not supported. It was supported, but it was supported with a caveat. I think we see this a few times where the OPP would say yes with conditions, and then the other sides will translate that into a no and say they said no. And that's not what they said. They said yes with conditions met. And you'll see a reoccurring theme around what are people doing? Are we going to be doing stuff? And that was basically the only condition that the OPP has when it comes to resource requests. And reasonableness. It also has to be reasonable. As you see later, they do a lot of analyzing and testing plans, which is fantastic. Then we moved on to, they offered some assistance to embed in the command structure, because I think he was seeing lots of floundering going on, and possibly some issues were starting to arise and be known in the OPS, just from observations of the OPP even just being around. So there was a offer to embed in the command structure because they know they have lots of experience in commanders in planning and PTS and in intelligence and information and even media and a whole bunch of things. So that's a wonderful offer. We'll see later that it was kind of sort of not really utilized. They kept the OPP at a little bit of a distance, maybe as far as they could without making it look like they were uncooperative, but they didn't have them embedded as well as they really could have, because the OPP definitely is very experienced in this. And once again, we heard him mention 200 protests a year in Ontario that they deal with. So every 2 days there's a protest, and they're experts at it. The fact that you and I don't hear about that many protests means they're being negotiated and resolved, and not in a violent way, or we would hear about it. So great job. The less you hear, the better. All right, the stream is coming up, so let me put it here. Make sure you have audio. Jason, will we hear from the PPS? I believe so, and I also got word that there's definitely going to be CSIS testimony behind closed doors, and no parties, but the commissioner will be there. That's always fun, isn't it? So the commissioner might come out, waterboarded, figuratively speaking, shown a whole bunch of crazy stuff that just freaks him out, and then boom, we have something else. But we'll get to that when that bridge is in front of us, and we'll cross it when we get there. I got some more audio, so I'm going to slow down on my talk here and be ready to cut over. But I think he's been an excellent witness. He's really demonstrating what the OPP can do. I'm down.
Order a lot.
I like it. Okay, enjoy this next one. Bonjour, Etienne.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm still.
We can hear you. We can see your green screen and all.
On the technical, it doesn't look as nice, but had to use a second camera because we're live streaming from a live stream.
And, well, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so just give me one quick minute as I do a quick little intro and hello. So everybody's not just surprised. Sure. We're not just going to drop this on them like the Emergency Act. We'll give people a little bit of notice so they're prepared. Wow, that was a great morning, everybody. So the commissioner was full of truth, nothing but the truth, and help him God. Clearly, this man is nothing but integrity through and through. It's just seeping out of him. And the way he talks, the way he takes his time, the way he organizes his thoughts and makes sure that it's all working right. It's incredible. What time are they breaking, Wayne? Now. They're breaking now for 1 hour. So it'll be for 1 hour for lunch. The convoy will likely attest this. Yeah, for sure. So I really thought we'd do it. Yeah, no, totally. We all had the rumblings that the EA might be coming down. There were some rumors about it. But, just like open source information, rumors are rumors. But truly, the people who had the legal minds and knew what the EA meant never saw it coming. They said there's no way. Like that is so far down the field of out of bounds that there's no way they're going to do that. We were wrong. We were wrong. And we're finding that out in this inquiry, just how unnecessary it truly was. There's nothing but testimony today about how unnecessary it was. Well, that along with the OPS's disorganization and inability to reach out for help when they needed it. There seems to be a lot of pride in that police force services. But yeah, there you go. We're getting a ton of testimony. So much integrity. You got it, Sandy. Absolutely. It's just oozing. And you can now see, where the OPP itself, we've had, I think, four witnesses from the OPP now. One of them was slightly political. You can tell with some of his answers. Purdy was trying to dance a political line as well. I don't think he lied. He just didn't give full answers, and he skirted a lot and backpedaled a lot. But other than that, the integrity has been very high with the OPP all the way down the chain. So I'm not surprised to hear what we're hearing today. It's wonderful testimony. And for everybody that's going to watch at the end of this stream today, Connie, I'm doing this for you. So if you're watching it, I'll do a full recap so that the last little bit there is more in detail about the first morning, because I would love to spend this time here with Etienne. Etienne, I've been trying to practice your name, so I hope I'm close enough now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and I also feel a little bit bad that we didn't have enough time on the last chat because we had so many heads on the screen. Because I just met you, I think, the day before. You reached out to me. You had a wonderful email. I love when those emails come in. I usually pull my wife aside and say, "Hey, read this with me," because they're pretty cool emails. So thank you for that. And I think you identified what it is I'm looking for in my path forward and why I'm putting my energies here. This is a full-time unpaid job, so, and then some. So there has to be more than just a desire to be a politician. There needs to be a passion behind it. And I think you recognize that. And I also recognize the same passion in you, because here you are putting your time and energy forward to help democracy in a way you think is necessary. And I think you have a lot of support around that. So what I wanted to do is I reached out to you and I said, "Hey, let's get you on for the full hour, basically by yourself, and let's let Canada know what it is you're working on, so that we can get that out there." So everybody, this is Etienne, wonderful name, and he's here to talk about Save Democracy, a group that he's passionate about, and yeah, it's all yours there, Etienne.
Thank you. Yeah, so savingdemocracy.ca is the website, and it's a new initiative to strengthen democracy through various activities, long-form analysis, civil debates, and investigative journalism. And we have a specific task to estimate the health of Canada's democracy with respect to our fundamental freedoms. And then as a second step, actually try to pass new legislation to strengthen or bulletproof, add checks and balances to our democratic process, because we of course have checks and balances, but with all this COVID measures, this is shown to us unambiguously that they are insufficient. And this might sound ambitious to try to pass legislation, but I still think it's worth a shot, and we can debate those ideas. Of course, Jason is running for an independent MP. And I mean, we can talk about that later. There's so much to talk about, because it also seems ambitious, and maybe like, is there really a chance? So, and that's a common thing. People like, do you think really is there a chance? Again, if you look at the track record, like we talked about during our last panel discussion, if we've been this abysmal in our progress with all the different groups and the lawyers, does it really make sense to keep going that route? And does it make sense to be an independent? Like, how much impact can you have? But either way, we need to have as many different approaches and really try to debate the merits of these different tactics and throw everything we have at the kitchen sink. So briefly about my background before I jump into this new infographic. My background is in science. So I was trained in social psychology, but while doing my PhD, I actually discovered serious methodological problems with the way we were trained to do research, and then started pushing for higher rigor in our research, more transparency, more replication, against the advice of my professors, because that's just the type of person I am. I'm a principled person, and even if it means sacrificing my professional career, I just have to fight for principles. And I not only finished my PhD, but then I went on to do a postdoc where I actually was calling out professors for being insufficiently transparent. And then I joined what's considered the open science movement, because it's a global movement to try to make science more transparent, more rigorous. And we had small victories, but really the take-home message was, most of these academics are not actually, like, they say they're interested in transparency, but they're not, most of them are not willing to walk the walk. And I actually discovered corruption in the open science movement, almost like controlled opposition. And then I decided, well, I'll just go on my own, and then I'll submit this evidence to the government. And then I was shocked that the government and the funding agencies also didn't seem concerned about these low standards. And that's what led me to democracy, because a democracy is supposed to be based on science, the rule of law, but science is one of the main institutions, right, that underlies a democracy, right? We're supposed to base our public policy decisions on credible scientific evidence that is then implemented. And it's not sufficient. I don't want to get into the follow of the science, but follow the science is a red flag, because science can only give you the facts, and that's only if it's well done. So we have low standards, but then you need to go beyond the facts. Like, to actually implement public policy, you need to combine facts with values, right? Values of, like, how much is a life worth? How much is an elderly, frail life worth compared to children? And some of these can be uncomfortable discussions, but it's the job of politicians to really show that they've done all the cost-benefit analyses with their values that are built upon the scientific facts, right? So you should never say we're just following the science, because science doesn't tell you what is the most optimal for your given values for a specific population of people. And so that's why when COVID started, I had skepticism immediately from the beginning, with that background of knowing that, okay, the global academic system is fatally broken at all levels: the researchers, the journals, the universities, the funding agencies, the publishers. And I mean, I have a 10-hour podcast simply on that. So if you type in Saving Science, the Saving Science show, you can get 10 hours of details on this. And again, I'm not just a crank. I'm a published author in psychology, meta-science. You can go to Google Scholar. I've published in some of the world's most prestigious journals, including Science itself. And so with COVID, I realized, and even in 2015, I'm working on a book called Dangerous Deceptions that tells my story of blowing the whistle in science, and then the strange pushback I received, because we thought, we'll just raise transparency standards, we'll raise replication standards, and we can be on our way. But then we discovered these problems are systemic, even in medical science. And then, as I mentioned, we realized that most of these professors are not interested in actually implementing new transparency standards. We even did the world's first transparency audits in science, which resulted in people slinging mud at me, calling me racist, and all kinds of nastiness. And I warned in that book. I warned, because people were like, "Oh, you're an idealist. Nothing is perfect. Science can't be perfect." And I warned people, when academic science standards are so low, it can allow rogue governments or any company, pharmaceutical companies. It allows them to weaponize low quality science to serve their agenda rather than the agenda of citizens, right? But now that I realized, well, now it kind of makes more sense that the funding agencies are not interested in fixing science in the way they give money, because maybe they are benefiting from broken science, and so they're weaponizing broken science to further their agenda. And so that's the background of how I got to Saving Science, because I realized, Saving Democracy, because if we don't have democracy, well, then there's no need for science. There's no need for real science if the tyrants can just decide what their interests are. Because again, that was the Enlightenment period, right? We can base our decisions on science and carefully constructed public policies, rather than just religion or authority or authoritarianism. And then I started digging into the health of our democracy. And maybe this is a good time. I'll try to share my screen.
Well, if you don't mind. So Sandy,
go ahead.
So Sandy agrees with you here. So yes, it's science is a foundation to making good decisions, and you're right. So when you're doing policy and you need politicians involved, we rely upon heavily the information given to us, and if that information is flawed, skewed, or otherwise, it could be nothing but problems for us. And you nailed it. Science isn't a certainty. Science is a process. It's something that we're always working on. And if you exclude it as one of the pillars to democracy, you're absolutely right. You're going to have to go to sages or the grand master of wisdom who's just going to tell you what everything is. And that is absolutely totalitarianism. That's exactly one of their pillars, is to just give you the information. Okay, so let me add your screen to this.
Okay,
Here we
there
go.
it is.
Yeah, no, it's on my end. I had to push a button for you.
Perfect.
Oh, now we got me too. Too many of me. I'll get everybody to run away.
So this is the main thing I wanted to present, because of course there's probably thousands of scandals and developments that are an assault on our fundamental freedoms. But I was trying to organize it because we have limited resources, right? We got to focus. What are the key stories to focus on, right? As an initiative for anyone, right? And so I decided to go to the Constitution. The Constitution, of course, has like 34 sections, I believe, and I was trying to distill it. What are the most fundamental freedoms that give life, that make life worth living, right? And I broke it down to these 6 categories, starting with individual human rights. And I'm trying to organize them so they actually make sense too. The most important, in my opinion, would be bodily autonomy and having health, right? Because without bodily autonomy and health, then you can't enjoy the other freedoms, like freedom of assembly, right?
Can we get you to zoom in on that one?
Yeah. So This is the idea of starting with bodily autonomy. So once you have your own bodily autonomy, you have your own health, your own decisions, then you can use your body to speak your mind, right? So you can speak your mind with the freedom of expression and speech. And then you have democratic rights that allow you to participate if you want. And that's the luxury of democracy. You could ignore politics if you want, right? But you can also participate in it. And then, of course, once you have those individual human rights, well, then you can have what I'm calling interpersonal or interspatial human rights, which is then decide, I'm going to use my healthy voice and I'm going to associate with other groups. Freedom of association in private, or freedom of assembly in public, right? So I can use my healthy body and my voice, and I can speak my mind, right? And then I can travel the world, travel the provinces, travel Canada, freedom of mobility. And then finally, life, liberty, and security, which is kind of miscellaneous, but it's what allows you to pursue gainful living, pursue gainful employment, and maybe even self-defense.
And whether it was intentional or not, you laid out the 3 that were stolen from us during this convoy, during the last 2 years. Those were the 3 that were stolen from us.
Well, and actually, I would argue that
all of them.
So this is what, again, like you can pick and choose. Say, okay, there's a crisis over here, crisis over there, but now and I'm not going to go through all of them. But these are 17 developments.
Okay, so mine is still up, everybody.
Oh, I think you cut out a little bit. Is to use, again, and this is mixing metaphors, but think about your own body. Are you still there? Oh, okay. If you had a bruised knee and a scraped forehead, right? You could say, well, you've got some injuries, but they're not life-threatening, right? So your body's still overall healthy, even though you have a few isolated injuries. In this case, I would argue.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Go ahead.
These are vital organs, right? Because again, these are just the 6 most basic, in my opinion, right? So it's different than just saying, well, there's some minor problems with democracy over there, but they're isolated, right? This arguably is there's problems with our 6 most basic fundamental freedoms that make life worth living. And there's a systemic health problem because our vital organs are injured, right? Like our lungs, our heart, our brain, right? And so it's a lot more concerning than just, oh, there's a few problems, because there's always been problems with democracy, right? I mean, there's no system that's perfect. But I would argue that this is the first time where it's become more obvious that our vital democratic organs are injured, that therefore make it more concerning. Does that make sense? Because each development in of themselves are concerning, but when you combine them in this chart, it's even more concerning. It should be more concerning to you. And then adding insult to injury, it would appear these authoritarian flavored developments are actually happening in virtually all other Western democracies.
You're right.
Which makes it more concerning. And I have European correspondents, which we'll have on my show, and they will give us their perspectives, right? So it's important to keep in mind and to interpret these developments in the broader geopolitical context, because it's not just Canada that's facing these problems, right? And
you're
so
right.
I can maybe give you a chance, and then I can give more details. Go ahead.
No, sorry. What I was going to say is you're right, because a lot of times we just focus in on individual rights that we've lost, for example, gun rights or mobility. And what we don't do enough of is zoom out and see the totalitarian, the total of what's going on here. And then zoom out even further to the global level.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like there's a lot of coordination or maybe coincidence about a whole bunch of countries doing very similar things. Attacking their version of these rights in similar ways. So yeah, I see what you're saying, and I don't know how much we can go into all that, but when other countries start acting very similar, you start wondering if there's an agenda, right?
Yeah, and yeah, maybe just very quickly, and a lot of it relates to the Emergencies Act. So the key stories are serious problems with COVID vaccine safety and efficacy evidence, mandatory COVID vaccination for employment and general participation in society, because this would even be a problem in the event that the COVID vaccine was actually safe and effective. Mm-hmm. It would still be a medical ethics violation to make it mandatory, right? And then insufficient justification for mandatory masking, freezing of bank accounts, freedom convoy donors, insufficient justifications for invoking Emergencies Act, which of course is what's being covered.
We're seeing right now, yeah.
Insufficient, invalid justifications for the new hate speech legislation and new social media regulation legislation. Trudeau labeling COVID unvaccinated individuals as anti-science, who are often racist and misogynistic.
Yeah, we like that one.
Trudeau unwilling to listen to 6 to 7 million Canadians concerned about and or against COVID mandates. I think you've covered that too, right? Mm-hmm. In our panel. So there's the double standard. Why is that double standard? A democracy, again, it's when I was rereading this, you have the right to participate in the democratic process, to have one's voice heard in Parliament, right? That's a right, but somehow Trudeau is not willing to meet Freedom Convoy organizers or protesters, but he is willing to meet Black Lives Matter, right? So that's a big mystery that seems incompatible with our normal democratic process. And then insufficient justifications for prohibiting rail air travel to COVID unvaccinated individuals, insufficient justifications for prohibiting travel. This was before the vaccine. There was this heartbreaking case of like a woman in PI women from Nova Scotia trying to go to PI to care for her dying mother, was rejected, sued the government, and then lost.
Wow.
And then finally, insufficient justifications for closures during lockdowns, insufficient explanations for ongoing and worsening problems with the healthcare, despite increasing investments. So that's also another big mystery that maybe makes a little bit more sense once you start, again, taking a broader look. And so we want to look into that, because it appears like there's decreasing quality of care despite increasing investments. And then the emergency room wait times seem to be getting out of control. And they've always been bad, but it seems to be getting worse than bad, right? Even some small hospitals, as you may have seen, now even shutting down emergency room altogether for like overnight or the entire weekend, which is unprecedented, right?
Well, I can tell you that Drayton Valley closed down their maternal ward because they don't have an anesthesiologist. So all births in our area have to go to Edmonton now.
Right. And so we would need to look at that, because they're claiming, well, there's staff shortages. Mm-hmm. Well, there are many reasons for staff shortages, and maybe some of them you're responsible for. right? By making the COVID vaccine mandates, that led to a lot of people quitting or being laid off, and then just the general toxic environment. There's all these reports that, keep to yourself. So some brave nurses are trying to speak up, and they're either told, to hush, or they'll face disciplinary action. So you can't just blame staff shortages when arguably they are responsible for their staff shortages.
Right. And one of the challenges that we're working with in Alberta is because the federal government has put down 2 harsh immigration rules when it comes to experts and people with PhDs. It's difficult to get it to be translated to Canadian, and we have a lot of capable, competent people here not practicing because of the restrictions on the immigration level. So this goes right back to the federal government as well. By choking the professionals that are available to immigrate, it's also shrinking the talent pool available to us. So in Alberta, we're fighting hard to recognize some nurses and fast track them into the services.
Yeah, and that's encouraging. And I think it's called also credential, like trying to equate, medical credentials from different countries and trying to harmonize them so that they don't have to, retrain and take longer to meet the Canadian standard. Because I definitely agree there needs to be a standard, but if they are comparable, they should just be fast tracked.
That's the argument. That's the argument, because they are comparable. Certain countries have great programs. We just don't recognize them.
Right. And then the last one, insufficient justifications for the new gun control legislation. And then these sneaky order in councils, which I didn't even knew existed until like 3 months ago. So that shows you. And I would assume a lot of Canadians, maybe I would assume most Canadians don't even know these loopholes and these back doors where they can pass. And they just passed another one, I think, more recently about the handguns, right? And order in councils completely avoid the parliamentary debate stage in the House of Commons and the Senate. And again, these are 17. So this is just 17 developments out of like maybe thousands, but I argue these are among the most crucial that should be followed, and we should try to get to the bottom of it. And that's the other thing the last thing to point out is by the label active means that we're doing an active investigation where we both have current action and the next action. I can even zoom in a bit more. So for example, I submitted my evidence to Health Canada and about 30 MPs last fall, September 2021, for a safety signal with the COVID vaccine based on the government's own data, which was corroborated by other independent peers. So it's not peer reviewed, but it's peer reviewed in the informal sense. I have several PhD collaborators who review my work and even send it to friends, smart, careful engineers. I mean, you don't need to be officially a scientist to be able to look through data and check and recheck and double check from different perspectives and see if it's consistent with other evidence of other people who lack conflict of interest. And basically got no response, even email Health Canada, Public Health Agency of Canada, Public Health Ontario, basically got no response, or these template messages of like, copy and paste. Oh, here's reasons that you can trust the vaccines, and it's just copy and pasted from somewhere else. And none of the MPs, a few MPs responded with a template message, but none actually looked into it substantively. And so the next action would be to submit ethics violation complaints against the Public Health Agency of Canada and all contacted MPs who did not investigate. And then submit the evidence to other. So we only sent it to about 30 because it's very time intensive, but like this evidence should be submitted to all other MPs, provincial politicians, even municipal, and then the same for the mandatory COVID vaccination. I think there's a case to be made, and we're working with lawyers, but there's definitely a case to be made that there's been some kind of ethics violation against Trudeau and the Public Health Agency for violating the Nuremberg Code. I mean, the Nuremberg Code, you can't just violate that and pretend there's no problem. This is highly egregious. And again, by trying to organize it this way helps to show the urgency. And I don't want to be alarmist. I mean, I'm against alarmist and sensationalizing news, of course. I want to pursue the truth, and the truth can be dark. But to be in the best position of trying to figure out how can we make progress on these problems, the idea was to organize them into these basic categories. And again, these are the basic fundamental freedoms that make life enjoyable. And as we saw during COVID, I mean, that was, unprecedentedly dark. How quickly we lost these freedoms, and we weren't even able or supposed to visit grandma or go to Christmas or all these very precious moments with our family and friends were just gone. So yeah, that's the presentation or the
Cool. Well, that's awesome. So we got lots to talk about there. So some of the movements you did is you sent it to some MPs, but you're using the government that has the problem. So the current government is the one that has the problem. So we're submitting stuff to them, ethics violations, etc. And of course, you could probably presume you aren't the only highly credentialed person also doing that. There's probably lots of other people silently even doing it. So clearly they're going to be receiving a bunch and template response, a whole whack of them. So what do you think that this government, if aware, would be capable of actually doing? Do you think that an ethics violation would raise it to the point where we got Henshaw or we have some other health leaders answering questions like they would do in the States? They have Fauci sitting in front of a senator talking. Would we do something like that? Could it get to that point? Also, one thing to realize is we didn't really have a clear distinction on the human rights around medical. So it's tough to say during that period of time how much of a violation it was, because it wasn't in there. It wasn't one of the protected classes. But in Alberta, we're looking to add that one to the Alberta Human Rights Code, so that going forward, it's definitely a clear violation.
Which one specifically? Sorry.
The human rights code for Alberta. So we have our own. So within the next 3 months, Danielle Smith has committed to amending the Human Rights Code of Alberta to include medical. So you have the right to medical privacy. Because it's not listed there, it wasn't protecting anybody during employment issues during those phases.
But it is in the criminal code. So informed consent, pretty sure is in the criminal code.
Sure. Yeah, no. And I think what you're going at is going to be a challenge, because I'm going to play the devil's advocate there.
No, actually, I agree. But it was just to clarify what you were saying.
Yeah,
I do think that these routes are going to lead nowhere, but you still need to start from the start. But
sure.
Because
the criminal code one will be difficult because everybody that got the vax, even though if it was under duress, voluntarily took it. On that level, when it comes to the criminal code.
It's not, but it's not technically. Like, once you're under duress or coercion, it's no longer voluntary informed consent.
And I'm not going to argue too much about that, because it has to certainly be tested, and I think we're going to have a Supreme Court decision around that, and I think you're going to be happy with that decision ultimately. But the challenge with it is, until that's been done, it's debatable. So it's going to be a challenge. I don't disagree. And also, when you brought up the Nuremberg Code, that, of course, there's a whole whack of stuff. Even the way they treated the protesters is a whole whack of violations of international law. What do we do? There isn't, do civilians bring it up to an international court? Do we even trust international court? Do we trust UN? Is there even an avenue there outside of our country? And would it even be beneficial to try and pursue one of those? For example, the human rights violations on the protesters alone, that itself could stand as an international court matter. The way they responded to that, and that might actually happen after the inquiry is complete, and we'll see what comes out. But is that a realistic thing that Canadians can maybe look forward to, or even attempt, or is that we're just going to the global leader now, and they're just going to quash us there at that level, anyways?
Yeah, no, I don't think the chances are very high because of the track record of, like I mentioned, like there's hundreds, if not thousands, of other independent groups, credentialed
Mhm.
people, highly lawyered up people and groups with almost basically no progress. Um, but of course, you can also try, yeah, with the more independent crowd or like the opposition. And this I also tried and was disappointed. So, for example, Randy Hillier, I actually reached out to Randy Hillier, and he did call me. Like he did respond to some emails. We had a 45-minute call last fall, but it seemed a bit half-hearted. He he said, so at the time the context was he had written a letter to the RCMP commissioner about these suspicious young person deaths following vaccination, of suspicious deaths, because again, young people do spontaneously die, like young as
Sure.
in like teenagers and 20-year-olds. They do spontaneously die, but very, very at a very low rate. So he penned a pretty good letter and submitted it to the RCMP commissioner that they started an investigation. So I reached out to him for more details because I thought his letter could be improved in his analysis. So I wanted to do a more quantitative analysis of what he was asserting. And again, he did grant me a 45-minute call, which was very generous. But then throughout the call, it seemed to be some red flags as to his commitment to his letter. Because again, his letter, um, it's pretty compelling, but yet he didn't seem to want to invest any more time, like finding the details I was asking for. Then he promised, well, I can create another blog post that ask for those details instead of hiring an administrative assistant to go through the thousands of emails that he gets apparently. But then he never did it, so he never followed up on that, and I followed up, uh, and now he's kind of he's kind of retired, right? So he there was all that scandal about he formed his own provincial party instead of joining forces with the new blue party, and then he'd end up not running, right? And so now like he's no longer able to help us, right?
Hmm.
um but the point of mentioning that is that, yeah, indeed, we have to try these alternative paths because, yeah, we know that the establishment politicians are most likely not going to be able to respond for mysterious reasons. It seems like they are constrained by other constraints that are unbeknownst to us.
I don't think it's
Um,
mysterious at all. I think that's party platform and whip that you're running into there.
yeah, and then yeah, and we don't. I mean, maybe we do have time, but the World Economic Forum, and even it's not really that hard to find evidence, and even yesterday I found even more dark developments where they were, even in the early 2000s. If you look at the legislation they were passing in Canada, they were like in even 2004 they started passing legislation that was basically copied and pasted from the World Health Organization. They were developing these harmonized international health regulation to deal with potential pandemics, and they
Hmm.
have this Quarantine Act, and it's very well documented that they are basically copy and pasting from this international. And again, that's on the surface, it sounds reasonable, right? I mean, okay, maybe there are better ways, because if it is a pandemic, then you would want some coordination that
Right.
different countries are meeting actual higher standards for how to deal with this, right?
So
But then the concern is losing individual sovereignty, right? Because kind of like the provinces, health is a provincial matter. So we need to make sure that the people that have power over us is as local as possible, right? So then you get that accountability and that feedback, right? But if Canada is signing and into law these quarantine acts that are maybe serving other people's interests, like that's dangerous, and we lose individual sovereignty as a country, right, to deal with our own issues, even though it could be a global issue.
hmm So we had a whistleblower from the federal government join us last week or so. So if you haven't seen that video, check it out. It's only an hour. And she's on the science side of things. She's a very credentialed,
Yeah,
kind
I
of like
did
you.
part of it.
Hmm. So one of the challenge that we were talking about was exactly what you just said there. So global science coming down the pipe, and we were basically rubber stamping it. We weren't doing much with it. We weren't even looking into it, validating, qualifying in any way what we were getting. And she, of course, brought that up as a major concern. So we were chatting about, well, how do we have our current government do more of that at the same time that we're not happy with what they did do? So how do we kind of change the system and trust it again? And one of the things we spoke about briefly was setting up more of a research and analysis type of groups, whether it was provincial and they all work together, or whether it was a national one with representation from all the provincials, some sort of body that would allow, it could be Canada's science, whatever we end up calling it. But the whole purpose of it is to go ahead and use global sources and receive global guidance and local guidance and research from our universities and other universities. But the purpose of it is to go through the information and do our own homework on a national level. The more that we copy the homework of others, the more we're going to be surprised to find out that there's other things involved in it that we didn't even think about because we didn't do our own homework. And I think it would be a tough thing. Like if we had enough support on an MP level to go ahead and I think we would have to do two stages. First, we would have to do an inquiry and investigation of what did happen. What kind of information did we have? What kind of analysis were we doing? Did we go through the data? So we first have to see what was the attempt we did at this point. Through an inquiry, we'll find out enough information to likely then recommend and develop our own way of handling it much, much better. Through this inquiry, we're seeing kind of that process right now. So this is around what the government can and should and would have been able to do. And then going forward, some more recommendations and possibly a lot of constraints, but we'll see. So I think, there's no magic bullet because we still want science. We want it global. We can't handle all research, so it's really good to coordinate. But like you pointed out at the beginning of this, there's so much corruption and hiding of information. And so for that reason and that reason alone, we should have our own body that's going through and doing our own homework.
Yeah, and they need to meet very high standards,
very high
both
standards.
in terms of transparency standards and conflict of interest, like ethics standards and transparency, because the people in this panel would have to be established to be sufficiently independent and sufficiently transparent with any conflict of interest. And so of course, in Ontario, we had the Ontario Science Table. I forget where the parallel in Alberta, but these people were not independent enough, and they had conflicts of interest. I mean, they were getting paid, and of course, their work needs to be paid. But there was a concern that there was disproportionate compensation for being on the Ontario Science Table when these people were already professors, making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they were all establishment professors. And again, it might be difficult for some people to understand, right? Because if you don't know all the problems going on in the university system, right, it might be hard to understand. But again, in science, you need viewpoint diversity. And even if someone sounds like a crackpot, science is not about vote counting. Sometimes there is consensus in science, but that's not the main criteria for whether you should believe something or not. It's more about the extent to which a piece of work has withstood scrutiny. And you want to scrutinize a piece of work, like ruthlessly scrutinize it, but you can only achieve that if you have sufficient details. And that's why we've been calling for higher transparency standards for decades. But beyond that, also the conflict of interest, financial independence, and so, yeah, that kind of independent, firewalled organization. The other thing I learned is that the Public Health Agency was created out of thin air, more or less, 2004, as a way to, kind of guide, like, kind of federalism, to have, some harmonized approach to health problems. But again, is there sufficient independence between the public health agency and the chief medical officer and the ruling party, right? And COVID has showed us that it's clearly not sufficient, right? Because it seems like they cannot disagree with the mainstream narrative, right? That it's just not possible. And so the value of this group is only valuable to the extent that they can make their actual independent judgments and not fear reprisal or fear any kind of penalty. So that's the one part of it. So maybe you can respond.
Yeah,
there was another point that I lost, but it'll come back.
yeah, no problem. And I think it would be difficult. So how do we filter? How do we deal with mistakes? Yeah, how do we, like, if we put together this board and we were, trying to get the best of the best, how do we even find them? How do we even filter them? And then how do we deal with like a mistake or errors? There's got to be accountability there too. And do you think the magic bullet really is independent, like independent oversight? Watch a lot closer to these
groups? And more audits, and then the incentives too. So again, from psychology, behavior is driven by punishment and rewards, right? Rewards and punishment, whether you're talking about raising children or even corporate incentives for how to motivate employees to do better work, right? You can either use rewards or punishments or a combination of both. And so to me, the accountability part, whether it's this independent panel, independent body, or the elected officials themselves, there needs to be more rewards. First of all, there needs to be more rewards for competent decision making. But then, of course, there needs to be more punishments, or any kind of punishment for incorrect or flawed public policy decisions. And I know this sounds pie in the sky, but part of our bulletproofing ideas of trying to brainstorm is to provide stronger rewards and stronger punishments for elected official decision making. And of course, you have to grant, okay, it can be very difficult, and maybe it's an emergency, but if the people in charge are deciding whether it's an emergency or not, there's already a conflict, right? And even if there is a real emergency, that doesn't mean you just throw out democracy and accountability processes out the window, right? And so yes, you have to give benefit of the doubt early on to some extent, but again, if you have these better processes that are bulletproofed and provide better incentives to do your best job and to pursue the interests of the people beyond anything else, even your own ego, your own career interests, that's really what's needed. The second point, and maybe the final, is going back to, you keep alluding to an inquiry, like a broader inquiry, because the Emergencies Act inquiry, as you can see from my diagram, it's only one of the 17 major developments. And that was always my question. When is the broader public inquiry into the COVID measures more generally? When is that coming, right?
Next election. After the next election.
Based on what? Or like
it will be after the next election. There's no way that this parliament will do that inquiry.
Right, but is this a hope or something you heard of?
It's the only option we have. It's the first opportunity we're going to have to do that. So we're going to need people in there.
That?
We declare it. No, you got to pursue it. So if you're an MP, you can pursue it. You can pursue the inquiry.
And even just if it's one MP?
Yeah, one MP. I in front of it would do it. Independent would do it.
Right. So because that's crucial, right? And that's kind of one of the downsides. I mean, I think they were forced to have an inquiry into the Emergencies Act because
this one, it was built into the statute.
The Inquiry Act.
Yeah.
And now I think Conservative MP Lewis is calling for a separate inquiry into the COVID vaccine, specifically COVID vaccine safety, though that seems a bit late to the party. But again, to me, we should be having this broader inquiry, right? And because the problem is, to just a casual onlooker, they could say, well, no, look, democracy is working fine. Look, they have an inquiry and they're going to conclude, the judge is going to give his decision and democracy is working fine, right? But of course, the Emergencies Act is only one small slice of all these other decisions that are arguably unjustified, right? But yeah, 2025, that's really, really, really far away. So maybe quickly, I was interested, like, how did you come to that decision to pursue that strategy compared to other strategies, given that it's, so long from now?
Well, that's the long-term strategy. So that is one that will give us 4 years or 5 years of efforts inside the House. All the other strategies also are valid, lawsuits, social media, pushing from the ground, protest, reaching out to the MPs, lawyers, doctors, political pressure. All of those are also valid. And I think we should never stop any of the different fronts. Use every front you have as long as it's legal and peaceful, but use them all. But the long-term one is, well, we're going to have a lot more impact if we have a key to the back door of the parliament and an office on the inside and a seat in the House. That's by far going to
Right.
have the
But how
biggest
much?
impact.
But right now there are independent. I mean, not many.
No. There's two
But
independents that are falling out of the party. Those are not true independents. So there's a very big difference in my mind between someone who received the label of independent
right,
because of a party fallout versus someone who went in as an independent. There was the platform from the beginning, and they've
yeah,
always been independent. It's very, very different. We don't put in independents. It's very rare. But the two that we have right now, one from Spadina, he fell out from the Liberal Party. Some corruption around him, some bad things around him. The Liberal Party tossed him out. He's trying to get back in. And then the other one, which is in Quebec now, recent, he decided to leave the party. So when Pierre won, he decided to leave. Those I don't consider those true independents by the function in the political party or political system, because they are just falling out. They're like fallen angels
yeah.
from the party.
But even if they're true independents, their role is still quite limited in terms of voting, right? Because their vote basically doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. I disagree with you there, Etienne, and I'm going to push back hard on that one. If you're looking at just straight up votes of being one of 338, oh, sure. Okay. If you just want to look at straight up numbers, one vote out of 338, it seems meaningless.
Right.
But that's not the only function of an independent. Calling them out, standing in question period and being very vocal, going to their doors, knocking on them, meeting with them, working with them to find out ways to bridge some of the problems that they're having, being the referee on the ice, blowing the whistle loudly, having MP powers for investigation and being able to get access to documents and stuff that is not public, being able to establish committees, even privy committees, where we have to sit down and go through private information. All of that becomes available immediately as tools to an independent, well, any MP. Those are all tools of an MP. But what allows the independent to take it a step further is basically MPs have to get permission from their party to do anything like that. Any rogue MP who goes out and starts to establish some sort of initiative on their own, it happens, but they get quashed pretty quickly, because unless they have party support, they're considered rogue and maverick. And that is not part of how parties manage their MPs. And that's exactly why they have whips. And that's why they always utilize whips, is because anytime you have a MP go slightly rogue, it looks like the party is not unified. It looks bad against the party. And they start looking at national optics versus the individual regional issue that MP might be bringing forward. So, for example, our MP, he's a nice guy. He's a really nice guy. I've met him. I've talked to him. He's a really nice guy. But let me just give you an example. We want the oil to flow. Okay, this is Alberta. We want the oil to flow. We get the oil flowing properly, and jobs are great for Yellowhead. So Yellowhead really would like to see pipeline, XL, a whole bunch of things being brought forward and being worked on and fought for. He can't. Even if everybody in Yellowhead said to him, hey, let's go push this issue forward. It's not a national issue that's supported. There's no support anywhere else other than Alberta for it. Therefore, the Conservative Party national mandate and platform doesn't have room for it. And what's he going to do? Get together with a few other conservatives and push hard? He can't. And that's where the independent is not restrained. We're not restrained in that fashion.
Right, but how confident can you be that you'll be treated seriously? So how do you really? So you
look,
you mentioned about like initiating a public inquiry.
Sure.
But like, what are the odds that they actually would treat you seriously? Because even with Randy Hillier, we saw in Ontario, and yeah, he's not a true independent because he also came out of conservative, but he would be mocked. Like he would stand up
I don't
and
care
say,
about that though,
he would
Etienne.
say
So
like, no, but it
yeah.
still shows you that like to the normies, like they just treated Randy Hillier like he's a UFO for talking about quarantine camps, and it's almost like they're treating him as subhuman. And so I'd be afraid that if you, in the unlikely event you are elected to be a true independent, I'd be concerned that you would not be treated seriously, and you would have more power, as you're correctly pointing out, but it still might be insufficient.
Well, then what's your alternative? Just let another blue backbencher take over?
No, it's just about debating.
Well, that's my point, right?
Yeah,
That's
what are
really my point.
what are the costs and benefits of these different approaches, and try to hash out which ones, because it's an incredible amount, and you deserve a lot of praise. It's an incredible amount of effort to dedicate yourself. Like, okay, this is 3 years. I don't know when you started, so you deserve a lot of praise. But you know what I mean? In terms of costs and benefits, it's always the question of, are we really maximizing the value of our efforts in terms of probabilities of having impact? And yeah, I still think the probabilities of me having an impact is tiny. But
I disagree. I think there's ways you can do it.
But it's good to have these discussions to just to try to think of other alternatives, right? Because that's the hard part, thinking of outside the box. Even if you're trying to think outside the box, sometimes you're still overlooking other strategies, and we're still thinking all the time, how can we pivot? How can like in business innovation, right? Like you always have to think, there's potentially ways to pivot to really try to maximize the chance that our efforts are going to have an impact. But I'm sure we'll continue these discussions.
Well, I'd like to kind of respond to that a little bit. I'm glad you brought up business and innovation, because you're absolutely right. That's kind of where we need to do the similar thing in politics. Good news for you. I'm an award-winning business innovator. I won some awards around that. You've got your PhDs and you've got your articles, but I'm an entrepreneur and award-winning. So my mindset has always been innovation. I was even part of the board of Ontario Innovation Center to approve all the grants and stuff like that for companies applying on innovation grants. So I agree with you completely. We got to map innovation into politics, because it's lacking. It's such an old traditional system that has no innovation in it either. Like open meetings, streaming everything. There's a whole bunch of things we can do. I disagree with you wholeheartedly that an independent path is kind of fruitless and pointless. I disagree completely, and I also think that
I didn't want to insinuate that it's completely useless. I was just expressing concerns.
Sure, but let me go ahead and respond to that. So Yellowhead specifically has a history of being a little bit more independent than most other ridings in Canada. Joe Clark came from Yellowhead. He was the one prime minister elected for a little while from the West. He's moved from the Conservative Party to independent, so he's fully independent now, because the Conservative Party is no longer the Conservative Party. It's moved too much to the left that kind of just left behind some independent people. And my particular riding is very, very impacted by basically everything you had on your chart, and they are not pleased with the response from the current MP. My riding will not vote in anybody else but a blue or an independent. They won't put anybody else in. So if they do want a voice that's a lot louder than the current one, I think there's only two paths. The first path is get behind an independent, whether it's me or someone else, and that will do it. The second path could be to convince the Conservative Party to drop whips, party platform, and adopt independent MPs, true independent MPs, so that the debates happen inside the party and it's not a platform. And if the party can learn how to truly do debates with independent MPs as part of the team, then I think we're going to be golden. I think we could do a lot more work by fixing the party itself to be more modern and more independent. I've written a letter to the CPC. I've even did it to PPC and the Bloc to let them know that if you started to do independent MPs, Canada would get behind your party a lot stronger, because Canada's tired of whipped MPs. Now, whether they do it or not, like I sent it to them. I'm just a little guy. We'll see. We'll see. But
Right.
if we don't start having MPs that actually have independent voices, whether they're party affiliated or otherwise, we're just going to have more of the same, which is
Yeah.
exactly what you identified is useless MPs. They can't do much. And that's a challenge to me. And I recognize that. And because I don't have an avenue where I have an MP that I think will do anything, I'm going to try and be it, because what else
Yeah.
do I have?
And what about using business innovations to help your path?
Yeah,
And
well,
maybe we can talk about that next time. But
yeah, we
like
can
it
talk about that
seems
more
from
about
the social
public.
psychology, like
Yeah.
we need to use business innovation to awaken more people. Because
Okay, well,
again,
the stream is back. So I just
okay,
want to put that up.
because until there's enough people that are awoken, they're not
Mhm.
going to consider independence seriously enough. So I just had an idea of like
Well,
trying to use
maybe
business
that's what.
innovations to and social psychology techniques to try to awaken more people.
Well, maybe they
Um,
need to see one. Maybe they need to see a true independent and what they can do. Maybe just an example of one is enough to wake Canada up. Maybe we only need a couple in this next election to show what it's
yeah.
for. But I agree with you. The parties have done a great job over 100 years convincing people that independents are a wasted vote. They've done a great job because that's how they kept
You're
themselves.
allowed.
But yeah, let's try this again. Everybody,
Yes,
that was a
thank you
wonderful
again
chat.
for
Here we
the.
are. The afternoon started. Etienne, we'll chat soon, okay?
The commission is
Bye-bye.
reconvened. La
Thanks
commission
again.
reprend.
There we go. 15-minute break. For some reason, I feel out of energy today. It might be the way he speaks. It's very calming. It's like being at a beach. I'm ready to fall asleep, but with a smile. So no nightmares or anything. This has been pretty interesting. Very straight shooter. We keep saying that. That seems to be what we say about this guy a lot, because he is a very straight shooter. We have lots of notes. Well, first of all, I learned a lesson. Inviting a professional skeptic on means be ready. Happy to take a lot of his pushback there and his criticisms. They're all very valid. They're the type of things I hear all the time being an independent, because those are all the default things that a lot of people talk about. Vote splitting is another one that I get a lot of. Uselessness is another one, because that's kind of how we all were programmed to understand the role of an independent. It's just one person, right? That's a way we've been programmed to think about that. But it starts with one person. So, I'm not a defeatist. I don't surrender. I'm not a fan of that at all. So, if it's just me and I lose, well, then at least I lost trying. So, a lot of that criticism is very valid. It happens a lot. People talk about it a lot. And I got to get used to, hearing it, because frankly, that's the road I've chosen to do that independently. So that's just comes with the territory. But we'll definitely have Etienne back again, because I would love to continue that conversation with him. He makes me think. It's a challenge, and he's a very, very smart person. So, some people might run from critiques and criticisms and challenges, but that's exactly what I'm walking into. So I can't expect anything less from highly qualified people. But yeah, let me know what you thought. That is the independence burden. We do have to carry that one up there. It does make it harder, but if we do succeed, it's all so much better, because then we have the full independent representation. Yeah, no kidding. Lots of focus on tow operators. I would love to hear from a tow operator. Just one, just a few questions, kind of around the would you have gone? Did you go? Were you going? Were you worried? Liability was something that came up because it is a concern, sure, but it's not a showstopper. We heard lots of testimony about the province having the ability to do that and take care of that. But I got tons and tons of notes, so we'll certainly get to that one, because tow truck was certainly a big conversation, which is an old track to take for Jeff. Yeah, I know they keep doing that, and it won't work. It won't work at all. I think they've kind of dropped the whole using to swear in RCMP. That's been dropped as well. No, it's all falling apart. They have, even when they had those justifications on the table, 6 or 7 of them, even collectively, they were nowhere near justification for using the act. Every single one of them had multiple ways to address it with existing laws, especially that the province had their Emergency Act enacted. So yeah, there was plenty. So we're well past, I think, the point of wondering if the government will succeed on this inquiry. In other words, will the government get to the point where we all determine, or at least the ones that are paying attention with an open mind, determine that, yeah, okay, it looks like the government had enough and it was justified. We're way beyond climbing mountains now. It's been just stated, flat out stated, that plenty of options existed. So I think now we're on an inquiry of trying to figure out how they made that mistake, because I believe we've determined there's a mistake now. I think now we're just going to be on the how, and how not to do it again. Was it just information? Was it bad decision? Can we point to 2 or 3 people who were just making really aggressive decisions? Or is it going to come down to a lot of secret information and ceaseless information that we'll never get to see? We did talk about in the chat that it will be in camera. So in camera is like an oxymoron. Like it's not what it means. I'm sure there's another term for it where it's complete opposite of what you think it is. It means no camera. It means behind closed doors. None of the representatives will be there. So the convoy representative won't be there. None of the representatives will be there. It will just be the commissioner. I believe there's some sort of record keeping, but it will be under secret and it will be under seal. Because they have to at least record the meeting in some way. And then, yeah, it'll probably be a lot of browbeating about how Canada was going to be chopped off the map if this lasted 4 more hours or something. We'll never see that. He'll never, like, even the commissioner won't come back and give us a summary. It'll just be, all right, next witness, and then we move on to the next one. But, there is some place for secrets. There is some place for national security. It's very difficult for the public to really understand what that means until you get there. I'm not condoning it because I think everything should be in the open. But yeah, exactly, Denise. But that is what we have. And that's all kind of why you want some MPs in there and some other people that can open up filing cabinets that the public don't have access to. That's one way to kind of start getting public eyes into some of this stuff. I'm not trying to suggest that anybody should be leaking confidential or stuff like that, but being able to have the power to go in there and open up files and look at things is one of the advantages to getting an independent in there, because you can do that. Free country. You're totally right, Denise. I don't blame you for that sentiment at all. I totally get it. 100%. Yeah, I totally get it. It's the one we got, and I'm not for the 5-letter reset word, so I think we need to repair. We have to find ways to repair it. So yeah, I believe you're 100% right, Denise. It's the same sentiment we all really truly have, but it's the one we got. All right, so if there's any other chat, I'll go ahead and continue. So many pages of notes here. Continue with the Commission Council's examination. And where we left off was basically at the start of things. We were just getting at the start of things with this witness, where the OPS was becoming, from his opinion, overwhelmed. It appeared to be overwhelmed at the beginning. And then he was asked, like, how quickly does the OPP respond? How quickly do you provide resources when you're requested? And the quote was, immediately. All requests are filled immediately. So you can see the OPP as a professional organization. They get a request for something, they're on it. And as we heard earlier, they were already on it even before requests were there. Because again, it's still Ontario. They do have jurisdiction all around the municipality. They were involved when the convoy was on the road. So they were around very early, the whole time. And if they needed more, it would be immediately. And then one of the questioning was around, the big strategic planning and what does it require on the OPP the OPP side in order to get going. And he basically said, look, we're ready to go, but we do have a logistics step where we have to work out the food, the lodging, moving resources around. What we're doing is we're taking officers from communities and we're going to have to bring in others or work with our resources in such a way. When it's a big plan, it can't happen right away. But if there's a request at any kind, they'll start at right away and fulfill them as fast as possible. So, for example, they just said we needed 3 cars to take care of the 417 exit over here instantly. You would have had it before the phone clicked. But if they said we need 5,000 people and we need to do this plan and here it is, there will be a spin up time. And that's actually what happened. So they were receiving about 100 to 200 officers a day for about 10 days to get up to the whole 1,500 or so. But that makes sense. So he was explaining that. And he's also really teaching us a lot, really, about how government, policing, command, all this works. And I'm pretty impressed. Um, but I'm starting to feel like I'm supposed to be impressed, because I think James put it in the comment. I think Donald put it in the comment that we might be heading towards some sort of central command. This has been a theme we've been seeing a lot of. And the more that we're impressed with the OPP doing such a great job, the more we're basically asking for a larger version of the OPP. So I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing, but now I'm starting to get the feeling like I'm supposed to be impressed, because I'll want a national version of that now. Now the answer is I don't want a national version. I don't think we need a central command at all. I certainly wouldn't push in that direction. What I would do, though, is I would push the OPP to become basically the template for all provinces to have their own, and all provinces do that, and have an integrated command amongst the provinces on the policing and intelligence level, instead of handing it over to another body who has maybe national and global interest and not necessarily regional and national interest. I'd rather be regional and local pushing the agenda as opposed to global pushing the agenda. So I would be way much more inclined to support additional OPP-like operations in each province versus making one large one. When you have one large one, it's overreach. We shouldn't be doing that. But anyways, so that's where we were at with that. The OPP is really coming out looking great, and they're doing a good job. Then we went on to Feb 5th. So February 5th, we were looking at the first time that the Emergency Act has come up. This is the first time I've seen a date prior to, I think, the 12th, that the Emergency Act was mentioned by anybody. So prior to this, we've heard lots of testimony from people who didn't even know until the 14th that that was even a tool. And then the earliest we've seen so far through the evidence was that meeting where the plan was being presented to the cabinet. That meeting was on February 12th at 3:30. So that's the first time that I've seen evidence that indicated the Emergency Act, the feds, and it came up. But this witness talked about it on February 5th. And it would not have been his focus of his attention. And it looked like there was going to be a loss of confidence in the OPS. So I don't know who was mentioning it, but it came up. And right, so his comment was, should the EA be used or something like that, or be considered? And what he thought that would do is it would be would have not been the focus of his attention, and he was worried it would be a loss of confidence in the OPS. Right, because what they were talking about here was OPP taking over OPS. So on February 5th, they were considering it. There was some conversation around the OPP taking over the OPS, or maybe RCMP as well. But RCMP said, no, I don't want to do that. And then he was asked whether or not OPP would do it. And there were some provisions under the one of the police acts that said if that was a request or required, then he was asked, would he do it? And he said, absolutely, he would do it. He would, if the request came as defined, there it is. If the request came as defined in the Police Services Act, I would have no hesitation to fulfill our responsibilities. We would have worked with the OPS and all police services to succeed. So under the Police Services Act, there's a jurisdictional clause where the OPP can operate jurisdictionally within municipalities upon request. And the comment here was if the OPS requested that particular thing under the Police Services Act, well, then of course we would have done exactly what was requested of us and fulfilled our duties. So did you know that? I didn't know that. I didn't know that the OPS could have asked on request for the OPP to come in with command and strategic and operations and tactics and take over everything. It never happened. They never actually did that, but it was interesting to find out that that was one of the tools available to OPS. Again, the EA can't come in unless there's no other options, no other tools. So OPS even had a option to bring the OPP in upon request. One concern that we're talking about with central command conversation is this particular item here is always been by request, but a central command would actually make this particular item also by committee. So someone else can decide that this particular thing would happen. A local police force gets replaced, and that would be without the request of the local police force. So that's where I think this starts to get a little bit scary and dangerous, because what if you have police fighting police because someone decided that that was enough? Say a Windsor blockade again, and Windsor's not moving fast enough for the government, they can come in and they just replace it. Because that's what we heard, right? It was the Windsor police that have the jurisdiction over the bridge, not OPP. So going forward, will that change if Windsor doesn't move fast enough? Those are the kind of things we should be paying attention to, because that could be one of the recommendations that come out of this. And if it is, we could be looking at something national or provincial, where provincial can take over municipal. It'll be interesting to see where this heads. He clarified a phone call with Slowly over 1,501 OPP officers. It was released in public. That particular number was released in public, that the OPP were going to provide that. That was a rumor that wasn't true. Not sure. I think it was Slowly that leaked it out or something like that. It was what the testimony was. So he had a concern. So he called Slowly to explain to him that the number that they had was derived in it was in good faith, and that they're not going to get into any political conversations or operations that distract from just doing their work to come up with the proper numbers. So there's a little kerfuffle around that 1,501 number, whether it was released or calculated or whatnot. It did spark a conversation between the commissioner and Slowly about it, but it looked like they kind of talked about it and worked it out. Then there was concerns that the OPP itself had 3 times more resources on the ground than the OPS. So pretty early, there were complaints kind of from other police forces, including the RCMP, that resources were allocated and unused. And the OPS itself were not using all of their officers and be on the street. So the OPP, and the way he put it, because he's a very professional guy, he's not saying like I called him up and told him to fix it. He says he brought it to the attention and they had it fixed and it was corrected. So it was just basically letting you know, like, I brought it up, we addressed it, it was corrected. So when I see this corrected, I'm assuming that the correction was not to remove OPP resources to bring the numbers down. It would have been to have OPS resources bring their numbers up. So that you shouldn't be using other police forces because you say you're out of resources, but yet you have all your resources kind of hanging out somewhere else. So that was kind of, I think, where they're going with that. And what was the concern? There had been concerns over RCMP officers, there we go, sitting around not being directed. This is actually direct testimony. We received the same from our officers and wanted to share this information. So he's talking about why he sent that message to alert, I think it was the superintendent at the time, about people just hanging around, officers just hanging around. Now, do keep in mind, this is well into the convoys in town now. So we're not seeing a war. We're not seeing a massive anything. We're not seeing massive violence or crowds out of control, because we got several officers just hanging out, chilling, taking selfies, not doing too much, because there's not much for them to do. If there was something for them to do, even without command or operation, they would do it. They're police officers. So we got the stream back. Make sure that the audio is on. Yep, audio looks on. And I'll just wait for them to go ahead and let us know. But yeah, today's kind of, I feel the energy is low, but because we don't have a lot of those big moments, and the way he speaks is calming. But I'm having a good time with this one too, because I like honest witnesses. I like straight shooters. And this is what we're here for. We're here to hear warts and all, exactly what was going on, at least to the best that we can from the perspective of the OPP. And from what I'm seeing here is I'm not seeing reasons to panic. I'm not seeing reasons to react the way they did. I'm also not seeing the OPS doing a really good job, but I'm also hearing testimony that maybe there was a lot of forces working against them. So hopefully you can clear that up. Excellent point about officers hanging around without a job. Yeah, because, well, nothing to do or lack of effective leadership. Both, I think,
Order allowed?
Both. I think both. Okay, here we go. We're back. Hey, folks. Did you catch that very last part? And we might be working on a Saturday. That's what that meant. We might be working on a Saturday. That's all right. I've cleared a lot of time, so we might be working on Saturday. Oh, we got this dating stuff again on our chat. Thanks for your attention. Goodbye. Another one. Wow. We must be getting the attention of some chatbots here because they've been getting bad. Clay, yep. Wow. Did you smell it? Did you hear it? Did you see all that? Oh my gosh. A couple witnesses at the end there for sure were headed that way. And it was just flat out by the commissioner. So yeah, Clay, stick around. I took a lot of notes around that. All right, folks. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to rapid fire this. I want to get everything out. It's a full summary. There's a lot today. I'm on to 9 pages, 10 pages, but I will get through it pretty quick because it was all very good. It was all very good. And then go ahead and throw in the chat if there's anything in particular you want me to take a look at or talk about. But for now, I'm going to try and get through this quick. So we're still working on the commission council at the beginning of the day. So I'll definitely speed this up. But there was a lot. Was it okay to integrate to investigate jerry cans? So there's this whole thing about the jerry cans being full of gas and water. There was a question on whether or not it was something worth investigating, whether or not it was something that could, be charged and stuff like that. This witness, the commissioner, went ahead and said, basically, well, water is not illegal, okay, and it would be very difficult to tackle that one. I guess they were trying to establish that, the laws were being followed and some laws weren't being followed. I'm not sure which law they're trying to get at, but he was trying to be asked whether or not they would have pressed charges. And he basically said it would be difficult because water's involved and it's not illegal to carry water. Talked about the concerns that there was twice the resources required. He kind of put that to rest by saying it ended up being like a rumor, but in the end, it was very close with Slowly, which is good. No formal request from Windsor. No. And it looked like there was no formal request for assistance in Windsor. Okay, so there's some stuff going on with the mayor in Windsor, whether or not the mayor can make a request or not. But in the end, there was a request and the OPP took over, which was fine. Windsor didn't have the size. And then they had the issue with farm equipment. So in Windsor, there was a farm equipment, large farm equipment. And at this point in the commission questions, councilor's questions, he was talking about the Provincial Emergency Act, and we heard a lot about that at the end. The EMCPA. It's actually called the Emergency Management and Civil Protections Act of Ontario. This got lots of attention today because, that was the Emergency Act for the provincial level. And as we heard from the testimony at the end, this particular witness actually had some input in the drafting of it. So that will become very important in a bit here. But yeah, those tools assisted in helping with the farm equipment because it allowed them to seize farm equipment. So I guess under current laws and stuff like that, farm equipment kind of falls outside of highway and all that kind of thing. You're allowed to seize vehicles. And I guess the argument is it's not a vehicle under the Highway Traffic Act. So they needed additional powers in the provincial one to give them explicit authority to move heavy equipment and farm equipment that were on the highways. It's just a little addition to the Emergency Act that basically says we can move them. So the Provincial Emergency Act helped move the equipment. No emergency, not the federal one. And it also gave them powers like seizing farm equipment, and it helped them resolve that particular issue. So the provincial one in Windsor cleared the heavy farm equipment. And then Windsor was clearing, the focus was because of national economics, national security, and public safety is significant for international crossings. So this commander, I think he stretched outside just a little bit outside of his expertise by making the jump that a bridge being crossed is enough for 700 million a day to elevate it to national security, which is public safety, and it's significant because it was an international crossing. Later in crosses, though, that we kind of found out that he has no idea how much money, and he didn't factor in that the other bridges were open, And he also had to testify that the Blue Water Bridge was wide open. It was blocked 40 kilometers down the road or something like that, but the bridge itself wasn't. Anyways, this particular part I didn't like from this witness. I think he went a little bit outside of his expertise and made a couple leaps. He has an opinion. That's an opinion that the national economics were impacted so bad that there is a national security and public safety. I can see how he gets there, but I think it's a little bit outside of his expertise to kind of make that opinion and have it in there. But we'll hear from a lot of people later who are more in a position to actually not have opinion there, but actually tell us the truth. We'll see. The Windsor mayor and Minister Marco. So something was weird. So yeah, Minister Marco and the mayor was doing a request via letter, and that wasn't normal. So doing a request to get the OPP involved through the mayor and Marco, it's not normal. It usually comes through the police board or the police services. So it's kind of weird that the mayor and Marco got together and said, hey, let's get the OPP in here because the WPS, Windsor Police Services, can't handle it. So he was asked whether it was normal, and he said, no, it's not the preferred way to request police resources. It was odd. Kind of making a note to there that chain of commands or structure or procedure wasn't being followed in Windsor. They didn't really dig far into that, and I'm not weirded out by it much, but they brought it up, so I noted it. Did you ask why the request was not directed to you? So okay, so now at this point, he's talking to the public safety deputy minister for Ontario, and he's talking to her about this request, and it should have come directly to him, but it went through her. And then that's when he found out that it was coming through the mayor and it was requesting assistance from him. So he found out through the deputy public safety minister of Ontario that the mayor and Marco, federal minister of public safety, not provincial, were working on the request. So that was all very weird. I'm going to ask you guys to bear with me on this next part here because, you know, I am against the globalist stuff. So anytime I hear a new company involved, I take a peek at them. And this company here, Stellantis, came up. It just kind of came up in a text. Never heard of them before. I'm not in the automotive industry for parts and stuff like that. But they came up because they were pointed to as the private sector employer of the Windsor area, who was very concerned with and was voicing a lot of concern internationally and domestically for the employees, internationally for the business, that this interruption was causing them a lot of problems. So for the government to be able to say, hey, businesses were impacted, residents were impacted, it really helps to actually have names of them to point to and say, hey, this business was really impacted. Well, Stellantis was the one that he used for Windsor. So this company employs a bunch of people, I'm sure. People get payroll and paychecks from this company, show up every day. And they were the ones used to highlight the problem. Now, let me just give me a second as I open up a browser window for you, because I did a little research on them while we were going through. And honestly, I'm not happy about this. So just bear with me. I'm just going to do a couple minutes here, and then I'll just jump back to my notes. I think it's relevant because, as the commissioner said at the end about Windsor and Ottawa, it was kind of weird that they all happen at the same time, stretching their resources, yada, yada, yada. You know, he didn't say he had proof of anything, but he had a suspicion. Well, we all have suspicions. So let's follow our suspicion just a little bit here. When you do a search for them on Google, let me make this bigger this way, and you add the World Economic Forum to it, we have results. So this particular company is a major automotive parts manufacturer. There's a lot of work between Renault, Ford, and others that are associated with the WEF. So the WEF writes about them, talks about them. March 2022. So this would have been a month after the Windsor stuff. So I don't know if they were friends then, before, after, whatnot. But They're friends now. So who are they? What do they do? Well, they employ people in the Windsor area. Do they have political power? Well, they were able to complain loud enough to have reasons to invoke the Emergency Act. So to the commissioner who decided to testify today, and he had some hunches, follow that hunch. See where it goes. All right, folks. Is it illegal to carry gas? Not really, and yes, at the same time, Prairie. Not really, and yes. To carry gas to go fill up your car because it ran out of fuel, not illegal. To carry for other people, to make a business out of it, to donate it, to do commerce with it, to take it into an area that is considered a zone of public safety. There's a whole bunch of other ways you can make what's normally a legal activity into an illegal activity. I'm not saying it was illegal or deemed illegal that the jerry can with fuel was a problem, but I can easily see how what is normally not illegal behavior can be considered illegal, only because of the potential for danger. You can't light water on fire, but you can light gas on fire. And no, we weren't doing Molotov cocktails or anything like that, but absolutely, gas in a container could be used that way. So I could see how there was an issue with the gas. We all know there never would have been an issue. We all know that was going straight into the gas tanks or the trucks. We all know exactly what was going on there, but we can't enforce our knowing and our beliefs on the entire public. So some people didn't think that either. One of them became a lawyer to represent them because, boy, is he scared of Tom Curry, or not Tom Curry. Tom Curry is Sully. I love this guy, though. Paul Champ. There he is. Paul Champ. Yeah, he's one of the people that wouldn't agree with us on that. That's for sure. Clay, I'm not too sure, but certainty it's not illegal to walk back and forth. No, like I'm trying to say, Clay, like typically, absolutely, you're 100% right, but there is circumstances that have to be taken into account here, because the zone there was kind of a zone. It wasn't normal open traffic. Like it would have been thrown out in court if it went all the way to a challenge in court, but you could have issued tickets, and you could, and they did, seize some of it. It's going to have to be challenged after the fact. But what they'll do is just give you back your fuel, so you don't have to go to court for it. And if you have no losses and damages, you can't take it to court. But anyways, Clay and Prairie, you're 100% right. But there are circumstances where it can be deemed dangerous, and then being dangerous, it's now deemed inappropriate or illegal. It would be bylaw, though, all of you, though. It wouldn't be even provincial. It would be bylaw, so not like going to jail for it, but it would be a bylaw. I think he was the one that suggested the EA. Who, this witness? They talked about it on the 5th. We heard that. I don't know. I didn't get that out of him, but we'll go through the notes and maybe that comes up a bit more, Dave. Chrysler merger. Yeah, well, they're huge, right? And I bet you they compete with Magna, which is Canada's auto part maker as well. Could be why they're located in that area, because they're competitors. But yeah, and they're probably quite large. The only thing I'm doing with that WF thing is when anybody shows up on their website, part of programs, part of discussions, listed as friendlies, that's all I'm trying to highlight here. There's a friendly company with a national or global entity, and the commissioner was wondering if there might have been coordination between the two cities. I would suggest the commissioner heads in that direction, because it wasn't the protesters doing that. It's FCA, and yeah, them too. Peugeot. Like I'm sure they're partners with a whole bunch of auto manufacturers, and I'm not sure if you guys are really into it, but auto manufacturing has been having some challenges with supplies around microchips and other things. So single source manufacturers and suppliers of parts can affect global. Again, I'm not saying that this is what the case is, but it is kind of cool that the company that put their hand up and said, hey, we're suffering so badly that you guys need to do everything you can to help us, is also associated with a global agenda company or organization. So the parts company is that with the WF, as the media were talking about, parts we're not getting across the border makes too much sense. Trudeau. Yeah, see, look, Dale, that's where I'm headed with this too, Dale, because yeah, there's a connection. And it's not a connection in somebody's post. It's on the WF's website. They posted it. So they write articles all the time. and they list partners all the time. So, but the article was around the $100 billion automotive industry and how they're a major player in it. So if you read the article, you'll see that this company is strategic. They're up there with Magna when it comes to parts and supplies and the size of the company. Yes, it was him. He was discussing extra tools at the end of the question. That's the Provincial Emergency Act that he was talking about, not the federal one. So, Dave, we'll get to that. But yes, he was giving input for the Provincial Emergency Act, the EMCPA, which is the Emergency Management and Civil Protections Act of Ontario. So, yes, he was heavily involved in that. And that actually was very important because he was requesting compelling of tow trucks, and they didn't put it in there. So if we want to get into the tinfoil hattie thing, they didn't actually use all the tools they had available to them, maybe on purpose, because they ended up using the tow truck argument for the federal one, but the provincial one had that ability. So, Hey, Sandy, you're from Michigan. Cool. So you probably know all about the automotive and the industry and how they're all over the place, and there's some big suppliers, and disruptions in one of the suppliers can cause ripple effects in the entire industry. Right now, it's microchips for the vehicles. It's hard to get them. As part of WS, there you go. See, yeah, there are probably a few programs, and yep, Clay, yeah, you look into it some more. And I don't get comfortable when I see a random name, I look into it, and bang, they're there. I prefer the no results found message. Because those are a lot more fun because you don't find anything. But no, this page is of this company working with the WF. So I don't know, maybe this commissioner is right. They're coordinating things, and this company raised their hand because, they're part of the script and said, we need some more help. I'm speculating 100% because all I'm working on is a Google search and the fact that this company name was in the text messages with the commissioner. So that's all I'm working on here. Just learned about them. They're just making this case go after Canada. Yeah, sure. Yeah. USMCA. Holy smokes. Yeah, so there's a lot of talk about that. Like the US was even talking about boots on the ground. Do you need our help? And thankfully that was nixed pretty quick because the last thing we needed was US Army boots on Canadian soil. Thank goodness that didn't happen. But I know that there was talk, at least in Michigan on side. Your governor in Michigan there was talking about that. Hey, Clay, I'm a millwright in auto parts factory. Cool. We're definitely not WF and are owned by a former late senator. Cool, Clay. Look, sure, in an auto parts factory. So yours is not them? Are you working with Magna? Are you just a subcontractor? If you know more about this particular company, I'm not looking for the connections to WF. We already have them. But what I'm looking for is how impactful are they in the industry? If they decided to shut down the Windsor plant, that's specifically the Windsor one, would it really rock the entire world? Because I think that's what we're going to hear later when Freeland takes a stand and stuff like that, that the ripple effect of even just one major company in Windsor was enough to ripple the whole world. That might be her argument. I don't know. But Clay, if you do know this company better than I do, any input on how large and how important they are could be helpful. Hey, Dave. I think that they're trying to get one control center for all the... Yep, yeah, I get to that one for sure, Dave. You look like you might be new here, but that's a general theme on this channel. Is it looks like we're headed towards a recommendation for a central command, central intelligence, central policing, something along those lines. And we also think that each country will have a similar one, and then it will be a global one. So there'll be a global command. I think we're heading in that direction because too many of these witnesses, including the commissioner himself, Justice Paul, is heading in that direction. They're asking questions about that. This morning, or was it last break, I was getting the feelings that the OPP and their program, the Hedden reports and stuff like that, will be used as the prime example of what a national system should be and look like. I did argue that I think every province should have a OPP equivalent, and then they work together. Don't create a national federal one. Just create cooperations among the provinces. But I don't think that's going to be Justice's recommendation. I think they're all leaning towards a federal one, which just means bigger government in your business. And again, a single source of information that's going to be very dangerous. Clay, we have contract We have contracts to Honda, Toyota, cool, and a few others, but no chips at our facilities, just aluminum case. Yeah. So yeah, and well, yeah. And hey, Clay, has there been any other like? The only reason I know is I have investments in some electric truck stuff, and that's been the biggest challenge for the last year or so. And that's all I'm aware of. So if there's more, you can let me know. Other types of parts, not just chips. But I'm really curious about this particular company. Do they have a global impact? Again, it's not for the WF connection. It's to see whether or not Canada will be making an argument that this particular company having those particular problems had global ripple effects. So I'd like to know how global they are. Those companies are WF, but we're essentially a supplier in our businesses and things that are sort of sure, Clay. Yeah. Well, and again, being on the WF website doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean you're bad or evil or part of any sort of cabal or something like that. It's just very interesting that you're part of a organization that is working really hard at gluing private public together, and then having impact in both of them through various mechanisms. So, I'll just leave it at that. WEF is an organization that exists. People are associated with it. I'm against the global agenda. So if they are the global agenda, then I'm against them. But I'm against anybody pushing it. So not just one organization. I believe that Cars is a global company group that pushes the electric car stuff. Really? Oh, crap. Oh, yes. So, okay. So I see what you're saying there. So the Circular Cars is a WF program. They're going around getting a bunch of green initiatives going. They're trying to get a bunch of electric car stuff going. And it's also how they control the companies in those industries. So once they get in there and start controlling things, this is just how the movement happens. But thank you, Clay. Sandy, yes, it's an umbrella company for Chrysler, Jeep, Fiat. This company is an umbrella company for all of them? Really? That would be huge. And that's not auto parts, though. Okay. Sandy says it's huge. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I would assume if it's the umbrella company for Chrysler, Jeep, Fiat, Peugeot, Ram. Wow. And I wonder if it's just automotive or automotive parts. But in either case, okay, I think I see where they're going with that particular company and why that name was there. Got it. Okay, guys. Well, thank you very much. My chat is amazing. You guys are my internet sleuths. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's keep an eye on that. I'm pretty sure we'll see that more later, especially with Freeland and all the economic witnesses. They're going to be pointing to Windsor as the Achilles heel for the economic argument because Ottawa can't be. There's no border there. Anywho, and I'll go back to the notes. That was a fun little distraction because I didn't know who they were. Didn't hear about them before, but there's a lot of information on them on the WF website. All right, back to the notes. So now we're just finishing up with the Commissioner Council with this witness. One of the things that they were trying to work hard on was to create a win-win situation. We hear that a lot now, the win-win. And this is the stuff you'll hear in negotiators, people that want to work the deals out. You don't hear win-win from people that think about war and think in that fashion. You hear, victory and surrender, but you don't hear win-win. So it was great that was the mindset of this commissioner. He kept trying to work with everybody. The tow trucks were the star of today's show. So the Hendon reports have been the stars before, but today it was tow trucks. It came up so many times. But the only real problem was the indemnification was the main problem that they were looking to get. And for people that don't really know what that means, it just means you're not going to be held legally responsible, and you'll be protected by the other party if someone sues or anything like that, or if something happens. So having the province do that makes them far more comfortable. So if they're sued later on down the road for a scratch or a broken tire or whatever, they have some protection from their partner. So I understand why it's important to them, but we did hear later that was available through the Provincial Emergency Act. And this was all prior to the evocation of the EA. So they had tow trucks ready. They were looking at it. And at this time, he wasn't doing any of his planning with the EA involved, tow trucks or otherwise. And there was also no heads up for him, and he had no consultation. So just like the rest of us, we learned about it on the announcement. Now, there was a leak before the announcement that that's what the announcement would be, but you could safely say that nobody really had an idea prior to the 14th of February that that was going to come. A lot of people thought there's no chance they would do that. There was rumors and rumblings, but it's hard to believe that the government would have done that. But here we are. So he was never even consulted, and we heard that twice. Here with the Commission Council, and then again with one of the last questioners. Okay, so at one point the OPP got really concerned with the operations in the OPS, so they were going to reach out to Slowly. As we hear later, this will become important for Section 9 of the Police Services Act. But at this point in time, they weren't talking about the Police Services Act, but they were talking about reaching out to Slowly because they were concerned. And they reached out to him, and then we're waiting to get a meeting with him. And in between those two, he resigned. So now we're hearing a little bit more about the pressure that Slowly was under when he made his decision to resign. First, he had the police board chair calling him up, basically letting him know that there's a smear piece coming against him. And, you know, who was the source and created it? And let's leave that for another day. But she called him up and said, hey, there's a smear piece coming out on you tonight. Hey, why don't you think about taking a check and going away type of conversation. She tried to testify that it was his idea at one point. We heard testimony later, actually, that no, he didn't do that. What he did was said, you'd have to write a big check if you want to get rid of me. I believe that over her version. But anyways, that night, she called him and said, you can take a check. There's a smear piece coming out on you. And now we see that the OPP was also questioning whether or not they should be getting more directly involved. So I could see why he was having a sleepless night and probably decided, you know, if nobody wants to support him and back him, the board's against him, half or 3/4 of the entire police force is against him. And he's got to actually deal with a day-to-day issue. Like, what issue does he deal with now? Does he deal with the protests, or does he deal with everybody against him? Does he deal with attack from the press? Whole whack of things. So I bet you will hear from him along the lines that it was the best decision for the city and the people to step aside, even though he didn't want to. The distractions were going to be too high. I think we'll hear that kind of a conversation from him. And he'll probably be right, because, of course, yeah, if you got your board, you got your chunk of your police force, you got the protest itself, you got the mayor. Like, I could see how if you're not getting the cooperation that's necessary, how this would be taxing on anybody. So OPP was talking to him, raising a little bit of concern, and between meeting with him and requesting a meeting with him, he resigned. There was some testimony that they set their commanders onto gold level, bronze, silver, gold. This is something that the RCMP had for the level of types of commanders. I guess they do that because it gives a bit of a standard org chart level, because each police force, provincial, local, municipal, federal, they kind of have their own rankings and their own way of doing things. So this gives a common way to do it. It's funny how they found a common way to do the rankings, but they didn't find a common way to share intel or something else. But look, yeah, they all elevated to the gold and had their meeting to make and they participated in a unified command. So we're seeing here the OPP commander level is certainly working with everybody. And you can also see the OPP should have been more of the leaders on this, but were put to the side a bit by the OPS. But this witness was very good at not blaming the OPS for it, not pointing a finger, doing things like saying, I have concerns and I wanted to talk to them about it, instead of saying we needed to go in there and just deal with it. So this witness has been pretty good. We move on to the government of Canada. Oh, I have a hard time digesting this guy. Oh, my. Wish him all the best. I'm sure he's loved by many, but he's hard to handle, hard to take. He spent lots of time on tow trucks in the billing, 600,000 for this, and you guys sent bills and this kind of stuff. Not even sure why it's relevant, other than establishing that they had lots of communication and partnerships with tow trucks. We all got a education in UTC, Universal Time Codes, Universal Time. You could even tell that this witness was annoyed by that, because at the beginning of his text messages, he actually puts the date and time at the top just to alleviate any confusion around it. And yet here's the government of Canada creating confusion where there is none. But anyways, we all got an education on that. UTC is not Eastern time and you have to do math. We all know that. But anyways, thank you, Government of Canada, for taking up time to teach us that. There were so many convoys, and then they were getting a bunch of. So here's what this particular witness had to sit through from the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada asking a bunch of easy yes questions. There were many convoys, right? Well, yes. They weren't coordinated together. Yes. Like a whole bunch of yes questions that we all already know, because I don't think they were going to have much else. They were just trying to get a bunch of affirmative confirmations out of him. And so for about 2 minutes, it was just a whole bunch of really silly leading yes questions. Just made a note on that because that sounds desperate. It feels desperate when like you see how other litigators, other lawyers handle questions. Some of them are very direct. Canadian Civil Liberties and Canadian Constitution Foundation come to mind on that one. And then some lawyers like this one are not. They're wasting a bunch of time, and that's because they don't have much. There was a funny moment with him, and I wonder if I should clip it. It sounded like he had a phone that went off, and the phone had a sound of crickets. So the cricket, I don't know if it was a text message or whatever, but the phone made a cricket sound. And it actually made a cricket sound right when he finished a question, and it wasn't the answer he was looking for, and he was kind of just perusing his notes to find something good, and then the cricket sound came. So I thought that was perfect timing. But then they got into the boat with graffiti. It was boat with graffiti against the PM. So it made an appearance. Somebody has spray painted a boat with probably F Trump or something like that, and that made the appearance. Some more social posts, and the concern around the 7.1 million GoFundMe made its appearance. Now, here's something that was interesting that I'm surprised to hear that came out of the Government of Canada. They were talking about on January 28th, so this is very early in all of this, that there were farmer fields already being used for parking, and then they were busing and carpooling people in. So at the very early onset, there was the intent to be peaceful, the intent to go and protest. Whether that group was part of the main convoy or not, I don't know. But the Government of Canada brought up that there were farm fields already being used on January 28th. I thought that was pretty interesting, because that's showing how this is not meant to just completely destroy the city and block everything. There's absolutely some sort of effort to try and be peaceful and do it right. He also was very nervous. He was asked to slow down a few times. He was just rushing through it because he doesn't want to be standing there any longer than he has to. And that's actually what happened. He had extra time and ran away from it. That's okay, though. But he was nervous. So when the question asker is nervous, it's because they don't have much, and they're not even sure how they're going to look. They're standing in front of a bunch of their peers. They're in front of a camera. They're being streamed. They're going to be judged for everything they do. So yeah, you'll be nervous if you don't actually have anything to ask. But you'll see other lawyers are not nervous at all. They're very composed and ready to go because, well, they got lots of substance to get through. There was a helicopter with a sign. That's the first I heard about that one. And it was a concern, and he said no. Then then the government kind of says, okay, fair enough. But he thought it was important enough to bring it up. And he said, sure, because it was a helicopter. It was important to bring it up for full situational awareness. So at some point, I guess, a Hayden report or something, Hayden report, they mentioned that there was a helicopter that had an anti-government sign. And the government brought it up as some sort of big deal. And he said, no, it wasn't a concern. And that caught the government lawyer by surprise, because I guess he was expecting anybody to say yes to that. But he said, no, it wasn't a concern. And he's like, well, you brought it up. You mentioned it. So it must have been important enough. And he's like, no, not really. We think it's important to include all information. And that was information. You did see that a few times where people were pointing to things as if they were the most important piece of information they've ever seen. And this witness said, no, that's nothing. That's nothing. And this is an example of that. Was the helicopter with a sign a concern? No. And he was expecting a yes. They listed off broken windows at the Redo Center. Come on, this insurance, broken windows is not EA level stuff. We should be focusing on what got us to the EA, and broken windows, it didn't do that. January 30th, some people may not feel good about the peaceful event. So on January 30th, one of Hayden reports mentioned that some people may not want to be peaceful. Okay, you're not going to get general consensus. Again, not a reason for the EA. You should be waiting for the unpeaceful events to actually happen, but it never even happened. They were worried about vaccine clinics. That was a new one to me. I didn't know about that. I didn't know anybody even said anything. Like I of course, I didn't read everything, but I don't even know if that came up in mainstream media. But no clinics were damaged. Nothing happened there. I'm not aware of anything happening. And then the same thing with the healthcare workers. The government of Canada brought up a raised concern for healthcare workers. Nobody was ever targeted. Nobody was ever hurt. So Farfada made an appearance on February 2nd in the Hayden reports. That was a big issue for the government. And then on February 3rd, there was a concern about a national disobedience movement. That's an interesting collection of words. What does that mean, everybody? A national disobedience movement. Are we all a bunch of puppies or children? Who defines disobedience? What does it mean? Does it really mean just people like jaywalking and not getting out of the way and frustrating people? Or does it mean we're not taking the vax, we're not doing what the government wants? Like, what does that mean? I'm not a fan of seeing stuff like that, but that was in their document, that they were basically trying to ensure that the national disobedience movement didn't create and generate out of the various blockades that were happening across the country. I kind of get where they're getting at, but who decides this, and what are the criteria for it? Another warning to slow down. Yeah, he was getting comfortable, so he got warned again. So there was some split views on February 5th. So this is when we start seeing that the OPS and the OPS chief don't have very similar views. There's some split views going on there, and that's what led to the concern and conversations. That's about it. He also pulled up something that had hate speech and stuff spiked 37% a few weeks ago. So I don't know why the government of Canada brought up some stats that were calculated before the first truck engine started as some sort of evidence towards the truckers. But I think where they were going with that is they said nationally there seems to be an increase of 37% of hate. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm not aware of what they're talking about. But they were trying to imply that maybe nationally we have a lot more hate, therefore that would fuel this particular convoy and turn it into something. And then he started listing off White Lives Matter, patriots, anti-government, and environmental issues, people that fight for environmental issues, anarchists. Let's take a look at that one for a second here. Let's just ignore White Lives Matter for a bit. What's wrong with patriots? Like, what's wrong with, why is a patriot considered hate? I don't get that. You love your country and you're a patriot. How is that considered hate? The only way it would be considered hate is if you are a foe of a patriot. And the foe of a patriot would be, dictators, people that want to take away our freedoms. So I find it kind of interesting that patriots listed there. I could understand if there was a patriot group, a specific named one that kind of went overboard and has a history of doing that kind of thing, but that's not what they have listed here. They're just a general term of patriot. I find that kind of crazy because, well, aren't I a patriot? I guess I'm a patriot, right? Like, I'm trying to fight against the desire to centralize government and take away my rights. So is my speech hate now because I feel that way? That concerns me. And especially for the very next one, anti-government. My goodness, there's like 2 labels. I'm not anti-government, obviously, because I'm running for government, but I'm anti this government. So does that qualify as anti-government? I don't like seeing stuff like that because I don't think that's hate. That's not hate speech at all. But it was there in black and white. It was listed there. And they also included environmental issues. So I guess both sides, whether you're for let's say the pipeline and you might be fighting for it, or you're against the pipeline and you're fighting for it. Either way, there's going to be, they've listed people on either sides as things to be concerned about. Here's something that we saw for the first time, and boy, did this upset this witness, and boy, did Canada really step into it on this one. Canadian Armed Forces. This is the first time Canadian Armed Forces came up. And this witness was not pleased with that, because what the government of Canada tried to do and failed completely miserably was he said that the commissioner was suggesting that the Canadian Armed Forces would be wanted. And immediately his response was absolutely not. Specifically not talking about having the Canadian Armed Forces involved. What he was speaking about, which was assets, maybe some assets at that. And then he actually clarified really loudly that at no point did I ever suggest Canadian Armed Forces. So did you see that? Canada to the commissioner of the OPP tried to put words in anymore. Oh, there I'm back. There I'm back. All right. So I guess I don't talk too much about the Canadian Armed Forces. Huh? I'm back. But I'm just about done the government one, so I'll come to the notes in a second. So yeah, they brought up the Canadian Armed Forces, and he was adamant. He didn't even want them involved. He never implied that, and the government tried to say and imply that he did. Now, did the government actually think that? Did the government think the OPS was asking for CAF, and is that what was going in their thinking as they moved along? And is this now when they're finding out that CAF was not asked for? A phone call to the commissioner would have cleared that up at any time. But it looks like they weren't aware, and they thought he did want it. Or they're just trying to paint a really bad narrative. They talked about counter protests. So I don't like it when the government does this too. So because there's a protest, and because there's going to be counter protests, and the counter protesters themselves could be the ones that get violent and go overboard, well, that's a reason to stop the first protest. Well, look, no, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. So if you have a group that's been completely peaceful, and then you have an agitated group or a group with some sort of desire to just get violent, and we see this all over the place in various means, that should not impact the main one. But yet, here's the Canadian government once again pointing to counter protests, the potential for them to get violent. The increasing number of protests was a concern. They could become violent. Outlaw gang members were involved or seen around. So bikers, they were bringing them up again. And then blocks all over Canada, many small and some unsuccessful. So they're really painting a picture that the whole world's coming apart here, because even counter protesters are now getting bigger and stronger and more violent. Again, that didn't happen. There was some counter protesters that ripped signs, and they were being abrasive and really loud. But maybe a couple got charged for crossing the line. But overall, even the counter protesters didn't initiate a violence to the point where it would fall under the criminal code or the Emergencies Act, as Brendan points out later, because that's wonderful that Brendan did that. All right, so that's the end of my notes for. Well, hold on a sec. Yeah, that's not proper. That's the end of my notes for the government of Canada. I didn't think they did a good job at all, especially when they're trying to get the Canadian Armed Forces involved, and there's no way. Oh wow, there's lots of messages here. All right, 1 second, folks. Oh wow, I clipped that. CTV mentioned helicopter flying. Freeland. Wow, you guys are great. I'm going to quickly go through some of these. Have you seen a Freeland? Have you seen Freeland at the commission? I don't think. Not yet, but she's the last witness on the list, so they are going to have her. She's going to maybe close the show. We'll see. Or where they wrecked a truck? Sure. Yeah, they want to get protection. Yep, for sure, Dave. And I get it. But as we also heard testimony that they could have also went ahead and dealt with stuff, and these other legal things could be dealt with later. It wouldn't be an operational delay to get that issue solved. They were ready to go even without that issue, he mentioned in his testimony. Freeland and Trudy probably won't be seen for weeks yet. Well, they will be seen, and they are at the end. So it's likely the last week. So it will be the third week or so of November. Yeah, so probably about a month from now is when we'll see them. There's a lot of privy and a lot of CISA stuff before them that we probably won't see. So there might be a couple days where there is no stream. I haven't figured out what I'll do if that's the case, but if you want to stick around, I may do something. I'll keep you posted for sure, though. But yeah, we'll see them. He won't say much because of his pension. Yeah, no. Oh, you mean this guy? I don't know. I think he was pretty good, Dave. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but maybe let me know. Yeah, I clipped that. Yeah, it was a good spot. There's a couple places in the. And by the way, just if you're listening and you want to clip my stuff, go ahead, please go ahead, clip away. Um, do whatever you want. Put those funky glasses on Brendan and stuff when he does one of those drop the mic moments. Do whatever. We want to get it out. And I have limited time. I'm doing my very best here. A good chunk of my day. I can't do much because I don't want to upload videos while my stream's going. I don't want to interrupt things, so I do all that after. So if anybody wants to clip stuff, go ahead. You got full permission. Clip that too. You got full permission. Go ahead. Enjoy it. So you mentioned Helicopter. Of course they did, because this will be mainstream media drawing, big problems out of it. But as we know, that nothing happened. Did a helicopter land on Parliament Hill? Did a helicopter do something else? If it flew around with a sign, that's actually a profession. It may not be a sign you like, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's funny, one libs went hard on dialogue, but during these last 10 days, no mention. No, it did come up. So dialogue did come up, Dave. Came up twice so far. I thought it was going to come up again yesterday. It didn't, but it has come up twice. Paul Champ brought it up once, the Ottawa resident and business representative. And I'd have to check the notes and stuff. And another one brought it up, but it has come up twice. So far it's come up as a fringe name. They haven't spent a lot of time talking about it directly as anything other than just brought the name up. So I don't know how much of that we'll see. But Dave, you know the deal. There's not much there. They're a meme, and they're a good group. Well, they're a group that likes to get together and release a lot of stress and anger. I think that's healthy. It's good for your mental well-being to release it. So call it what you want, but I think it's a good release for a lot of people. Hey, James. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, we're starting to get a lot of that, aren't we? American style propaganda. The Americans almost put together the Department of Truth, right? That's the nickname for it, but they actually had a different name for it, but it was something along those lines. Is that what that Central Intelligence will get or something will be like? That'll be the Department of Truth, because the only things that come out of there will be official. We'll see. My guess this break today, we also spoke about some sort of requirement to go through the science as it's coming in and validate it. But it also led to kind of a national requirement for science. Are we headed towards a government controlling science, information, policing, banking? Are we getting into a system where they're going to have that power? Oh, dog. Anyway, see pictures of it. Sure. Titled Downtown Ottawa Roads, Business Shut Down. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay, Clay. Send that my way. I'll take a look at that. Hey, Sandy, welcome to my world. Clay, you got lots from Clay. Talking to the military question. I hope someone brings up the surveillance planes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. And were those were contracted from the U.S., I believe. Those weren't ours. We don't have that. I believe we contracted them from the States. Yeah. I'm aware that there was a conversation around that. And we're not talking about the UN planes in North Bay either. We're talking about actual U.S. military surveillance planes. I think there's communication equipment on there, and they can pick up signals and all that stuff. James, side note, the recent Biden speech looked like funny. Was call to arms against political vote. Oh, really? There was a call to arms. Well, Biden says a lot of things sometimes. That sucks. There's been a lot of rhetoric towards foes. Oh yeah, I don't like the idea that any government at any time or any party would get into that. But let's keep an eye out for that, and let's hope that any of these people are stronger. So CPC, PPC, don't let these guys push you around. Do what you can, fight back. Purge political dissent in all institutions. Even our banks are dropping wrong thing. You know what, James? Look into ECG scores. Okay, you'll see how all that's happening, and that's happening in all corporations, like all major corporations. Fortune 500, a good chunk of them are ESG scored. They all have their scores, and that's how that's being done, James. Banks and all. Slowly, I mean. Okay, let's go back up to your other one. Oh, you mean, oh, slowly, Chief Slowly. Okay. And then what you meant by him. Yeah. Sorry for falling behind there, Dave, on the conversation. Sorry, I missed it. Oh, yes, right. About Diagonal being mentioned. Yeah, it just came up a couple times briefly. If it comes up seriously, Dave, like if they go any more than just mentioning the name and then other groups along with it, like Farfada and white supremacists, if they do more than that, I will certainly be clipping it because I'm very aware of the boogeyman aspect of it that they created, not Diagonal, the government that the government created around it. So I'm curious to see if they're going to try and use it. So far, not so much, but it has come up twice. Watch one time. Cool. See what we call the call to. Really? Where are you getting that information, Prairie? Let me just share the witness list with you. Like, there's a couple of times I've been told that somebody's going to be on here, but they're not on the witness list, and we didn't see them. So I'm not sure where that info is coming from. But let me show you the witness list because I didn't see any media in there. Okay, so here it is. So let me organize my windows so I can see what I'm doing. So we have just finished Thomas. We're moving to Peter next. And as we can see here, what they do is each week they tell us who's coming out for the week. So we can kind of plan out our day. So we could tell from here that Steve was going to be an all day, Peter was an all day, Thomas was an all day, and then they got these 3 done over 2 days. But I don't see CBC. So if I'm looking here, we have the convoy next. Next week will be convoy. Then the week after that, it looks like what they're going to be doing is dealing with Windsor and Alberta. So it's going to probably end here. So they're dealing with Windsor, Alberta, probably going to bring out a bunch of testimony around how those 2 events, in addition to Ottawa, became a big problem. And then we see here there's a bunch of public safety and then CSIS, so Canadian Security Intelligence Service, that's CSIS, terrorism assessment, RCMP, border. And I think that one will probably end about here that week, just by going how many witnesses we get through in a day. That's about 1 week right there. And then it looks like we're getting into Canadian staff now, federal staff. So these other ones were CSIS and RCMP, public safety, sure. But now we're getting into more of the employees. So we're probably going to do, maybe there will be a week or so. I bet you most of this privy stuff and the CISA stuff will be in camera behind closed doors. And then here you see Justin. So here's probably the last week I would think would be about here, all the ministers. So this will be a week of ministers. So as you can see, there's quite a few witnesses. We're up to 66. Doug Ford should be added to this. I would expect Doug Ford to come out during this part, which will be the week after the convoy, because it's all about Ontario and Alberta and the other events. But they'll put them out wherever they can get them. But I'm not sure, Prairie, about CBC being called, tow truck drivers being called, other witnesses being called. I don't see any of that. So they would, have to give us some sort of heads up on that. But there you go. That's the list I'm working from. That's the official website for this. If there's anything more that you have, please share. All right, Dave. In Parliament Commission, they were asking if they were using Pegasus from the planes on the. Okay, so Pegasus is surveillance, right? It's quite the program. U.S. I think they have lots of connections, but I could tell you that I do know that we were tracked on our cell phones. I do know that, but I don't know if they needed U.S. military for that at all. But I do know that they did do that. I've seen the contracts that they tendered for that. They weren't even candid. But yeah, they did that. And anecdotally, I received a message from that system. So during COVID, during the lockdown, the 2-week curb, I drove to the gas station to get propane for the barbecue. And I got a text message saying, "What are you doing out of your house?" That sucked. That's why we kind of left Ontario because that was that sucked. Yeah, I get it. GPS, all that kind of stuff. You know where I am. That's fine. But to remind me to go home when I was getting fuel for cooking food, that sucked. All right, folks, back on track. I kind of got distracted there. I'm going to fly through the last bit here. I see I've lost a few of you, but what I'm going to do is go through it quickly because we want to get to Brendan. Brendan did a great job. So right now we're on Tom Curry, lawyer for Peter Slowly. He's doing a great job. I'm going to recap this a lot more than I did. I'm going to condense this a lot more so we can get moving here. But Tom Curry is doing a fantastic job. I actually really like this guy. Peter Slowly, you did a good job finding a good lawyer. He's looking out for your interest. He's definitely laying down foundation for you. This witness, Commissioner and Slowly know each other. They go back in the York, Toronto days, which, it just means there's a mutual respect there. They go back a long time. They worked a lot together because they right beside each other. York and Toronto are right beside each other. So of course they would have some overlap. They share a long border, jurisdictionally at least. They work with subject matter experts. Demarcation point. Okay, this is the first time we heard that term come up to determine whether or not they were peaceful protesters or something else. They were trying to come up with a way to determine, because they can't stop peaceful protesters. Completely legal. This witness said that completely, but unlawful or criminal, they would absolutely be able to stop that, but they couldn't figure out. They couldn't separate the two because there was no criminal activity. There's some vacation on my. Oh, so I don't like it when lawyers do this. So Tom kind of assumed something out of a text message, and he was dead wrong. According to the witness, he was dead wrong, and the witness was in a position to know better. He was pointing to somebody's change of a vacation from Friday to Monday. I believe it was Abrams, Superintendent Abrams. Changed his vacation from Friday to Monday, and then Tom Curry was pointing to that as an indication that Abrams believed the occupation would be over by Monday, so he could go on vacation. Reaching there, Tom, reaching a lot there, and this one smacked you. You got smacked on this one because that was not the case at all. There was a very long response about how he had other things going on. He had construction going on. He was working from remote. He really wasn't away. He was always available. And no, he does not believe that that's an indication that the protest was going to be over on Monday. So he just blew that one up on you there, Tom. Don't ask questions you don't know the answer to, and don't assume. 800 public order officers. Now we're into POUs, public order units, public order officers. 800 of them being collected, planning meeting, no need. Yeah, so they had 800 of them ready to go February 9th during the planning meeting, and there was no need for the EA at that point to get them all together and get them going. Just so you know, public order unit, POU, is basically the people that will respond and get physical. They're the ones that are trained for it. They're the ones that will clear riots and other things. They're meant to do that. It's a specialty, so you can get your POU. It's a training. You got to be certified. But in either case, higher pay and all this other kind of stuff. But these are the people who are trained to get physical with large groups of people. So they had 800 of them available to them on February 9th. They could have gone ahead with that plan, it looks like. He took a little offense to being asked if Windsor was easier. He didn't like that word at all. He said, I wouldn't say that at all. It was just more complex. This particular witness is very, very keen on using words that he believes is the most accurate word to use possible. He doesn't like lazy words. He likes to use the most accurate possible, which is good. It's good. You'll get encounters like that, though, where he corrects the word that you use. February 8th, the public order units were being collected and ready to go. For example, he said London joined that one, so they were ready to go. They had plenty worked out on the 8th. And there was this little back and forth about whether or not Slowly was impeded by rumors, if rumors cause problems. And sure it does, and so does a hit piece from the CBC. There's a whole bunch of things that are working against Slowly. I think you guys can start to see a bit of a picture here around interference was being played against Slowly, whether it was intentional or not. There was lots of interference on him. And then February 12th, this is one of the big things that Tom ended on, was that Slowly accepted the plan on February 12th, and it was going to be signed that night. So February 12th was, and I want to remind you all, this plan that they're talking about here, this February 12th plan, got passed over to the commander from yesterday, and it got turned into the February 13th plan. And then that was ultimately the plan they used all the way through the 17th. And I believe they finished up with it too. But this plan was contemplated, designed, and built without the EA. And adding the EA to it was kind of like an amendment after the fact because it was available. It just made things move a little bit faster, but it certainly wasn't an element that was required. And that's what we heard there. Alyssa Tompkins, City of Ottawa. We'll just go through this one quickly because she didn't ask a lot. But she was really just kind of clarifying numbers. They were getting 60 per day up to 150 per day of officers from the OPP. She's just covering a little bit of butt, saying that, yeah, they're just kind of clearing some information up. Not much there to spend time on. She yielded a lot of her time to David, though, from the Ottawa Police Services. So I think maybe she found this witness a little bit too intimidating because she was very smiley and very bubbly when she was dealing with him, because I think she was nervous to stand in front of him because he's such a strong and such a direct witness. Some people are intimidated by that. David wasn't, so he went in there and did a lot of talking, a lot about the Hayden reports. We went through a lot of Hendon reports with David. Time passed through 20th. I'm just going to go through these quickly, see if there's anything worth bringing up. So one thing that David was trying to do, which was weird, was to say that the plans changed. The plans kept changing, but this witness was very adamant that it was evolving. It's not changing. There's a difference there, David. What he was going at was it was being replaced. Like each plan was thrown away, and there's a new one. It's thrown away, and there's a new one. When it's evolved, that's not true at all. You're starting from one, you're making changes, and now you have an evolved version. So this witness wanted to clarify that they weren't making new plans or changing plans. They were evolving the plan. To some people, it might be splitting hairs on that one, but I don't think so, because where David might have been going was there's so many plans and so much work that they didn't know what they were doing, when it's not that case at all. It's just incremental changes as they're going through the evolution of it. Then he just used the word again. He goes, has it evolved then? And he's like, yes, correct. I'm really skipping a bunch of things here. They were talking about gaps in information gaps being sought. David was really trying to establish that there was no exit plan at all, but this witness pushed back because they had plenty of information that said they would be staying for weeks. David was trying to point to just a single Hendon report on January 26th, but this witness pushed back and said you have to also include all the previous ones, because we don't expire or replace the previous one. They're collectively, you look at them collectively as the full picture. It's not like you have to forget everything from the previous one and this is all that they have. That was the mistake on David, was to point to a Hendon report as if it supersedes the previous version, and it doesn't. It's an amendment. It's an addition to, which is different. So it's not replacing anything. It's in addition to. And when you do that, when you put it in addition to that, then there is information that they were going to be there for weeks. So David kind of got stepped on that a little bit there, but that's okay. If we go to January 26th, you'll see there was no plans to leave. Yeah, so he kept pushing that. It's January 26th. He just wanted to look at that one. And then that's exactly where we got the quote. We would have to look at all the previous Hayden reports as well. David didn't like that. And does the report indicate that they'll stay or leave? Does not indicate that they stay or leave. And then the response is, I'm hesitant to comment on a report I cannot see. And then David said, okay, we'll move on. So he didn't even put the report in front of this witness to have him speak to it. He was just kind of doing his version of, this is what I understand, and just agree with me. But this witness wasn't going to have that. He wanted to see it before he agreed with it. There we go. So now we're on to Brendan. Okay, so my notes for Brendan are a little bit more general, because what he did was he took us through the lessons and he took us through the law, which is great. That's great. Let's teach the commissioner. Let's teach the witness. Let's teach the audience. Let's teach everybody about the law while we're here. So he took us through the three types of assemblies. First one was lawful. Okay, we all understand that one. The next one was unlawful. And then riot. So those are really the three little buckets that the law recognizes for assemblies: lawful, unlawful, and riot. Um, I can see why unlawful and riot aren't in the same bucket, because riot is just straight up destruction and violence, whereas lawful doesn't have to have a destruction or violence as a component of it. It just has to be unlawful. So, for example, actually blocking highway traffic would be an unlawful one, but no violence, right? So they have the three buckets. There's the one you're allowed to do, the one where you're breaking some of the less serious crimes, and then one where you're just straight up destruction. So riot. Um, so of course we went through that. The lawful is fully protected by the charter completely. Section 2 collectively, the entire thing is for this. If you break it down, there's a bunch of different ones, like freedom of religion and freedom of protest, but collectively it makes it basically your right to protest. And then of course unlawful, anything that's deemed unlawful has a bunch of existing laws, or it couldn't be deemed unlawful. So without existing laws, how do you define it as unlawful? So where Brandon's going with this is you have laws to deal with unlawful protests, and the witness absolutely agreed with that. Doing 200 protests a year is what the OPP handles, and only one they've used the EA on so far. So yeah, commonly it's unlawful protests are dealt with the laws that we have. And then he actually had him say the Emergency Act was not needed because it wasn't. They had their planning without it. They were ready to go, and they effectively used that plan all the way through. Brendan then started to lay down the foundation that the truckers were cooperative from day one. So they rolled into the city and they were working with the city. He did highlight that they weren't invited. So they were, imposing on the city, but they were communicating with the city and directed by the OPS where to go. This witness couldn't talk too much about it, other than he was aware that they knew they were coming and there was some coordination. Because it's early days and the OPP didn't really get involved much with the OPS until a little bit later. Then Brendan spent a lot of time on the trucks were being blocked by barriers. So Brendan brought up a document that said that they're blocked, but they weren't going to do anything about it. Where Brendan was going with this was concrete barriers. But this witness, being a good witness, he did recognize that it could have been concrete barriers and or trucks and heavy equipment that for one reason or another is not able to move, and it can certainly block people in. Brendan did a good job on trying to show that whether it was concrete or trucks, the OPS would have been needed to assist with it. Whether it was to get tow trucks or move the barriers, the OPS would have been needed to coordinate and cooperate to move them all. And we know that wasn't happening on February 7th and 8th. So good point on Brendan to try and show that. Okay, I have another one for you guys. This is a law lesson. Officially induced error. How many of you caught that when Brendan was trying to bring that in? Officially induced error. That's a thing. Okay, so let me show you what that is. It's a thing in Canada. It's a thing in common law. Unfortunately, this witness kind of played a little bit dumb on how he didn't understand it. But if he would have taken a second, I know this particular witness was intelligent enough to understand what Brendan was saying. But here we go. So officially induced error is when an official, okay, somebody with official capacity, tells you to do something. Now, if they tell you to do something that's illegal, well, you're not in trouble. There's no trouble for you because an official tells you to do something. They're inducing an error, so it could be illegal, but it's a defense. So I'm not sure how much you know about the law, but you only have certain types of defenses available to you in a lot of things. And one of the defenses that people try to use, but it's very, very, you'll never get it, is ignorance of the law. So this is one of the things that I never did like about common law, which is there's a presumption that if you don't know, that doesn't matter. You can still be guilty. Ignorance of the law is no defense. You'll hear that all the time. I think that's kind of rude because lawyers go for 4 years, paralegals for 2 years, and then when we're all done that, we still have no clue about all of the law. We have just enough training to understand how to read more law because that's how much law there is. There's no one that knows all of it. So the presumption that not knowing any of it is still enough for you to be guilty. That's the way it works. That's the way it is. But officially induced error is a valid defense, kind of falling under the ignorance of the law. Um, because what this means is, well, sure, you didn't know what the law was, and maybe even the official didn't know what the law was, but because the official told you to do it and it was against the law, it's a valid defense. You won't get into trouble with this, um, and that's where Brendan was going. So what this means is if a police officer told you to park your truck there and shut it off, or a police officer told you to do that, or someone told you to do that, you can't be held responsible if it was against the law. So an example would have been leave your trucks there, park there. We coordinated you guys there. We told you to park over there. This is where we told you to go. So that means it can't be unlawful. So if the official told the trucks to park on those areas and those spots, you can't then deem it unlawful. And that's where Brendan was going with this, because that's what this means. So if you were instructed to go there by the police, at no point can that become unlawful. Um, I guess maybe one argument could be if you're instructed to move it at that point. But I think where Brendan was going with this is if an officer said, move it or put it there, or you can stay there, you can't then start issuing unlawful protest. I don't know how you do it. It's not a ticket. It would be a charge. So you can't start charging people with that. And if you do, this would be the defense. So, for example, if there's a video of a trucker putting his truck where the police told him to put it, and then he's got a ticket or he's got a charge and he's got to fight it, this would be a valid defense for him. So sorry that the witness didn't pick this up and understand it, but that's basically it. So that's where Brendan was going with that. He had to drop it because this witness didn't understand it. Maybe we'll see this again from Brendan. He'll try again, because what this will do is it vitiates or voids any liability or criminal intent from the truckers. So we may see that one again. Almost done with Brendan here. No charges of that's exactly. So that's what it would have gotten it to. So what he also got on the in the evidence was the city and the OPS had listed out all the charges that they had for it. There's over 400 or something like that, and not a single charge for unlawful assembly. So this officer probably didn't know that. Probably assumed, because they called it unlawful and all that kind of stuff, that it would have been, a handful of charges at least, but none. Not even one. We know that we have transportation of fuel charges. We have other ones, but not unlawful assembly. I think that's going to be a point that Brandon should keep pointing to and harping on. And by the way, who's waiting for Brendan to cross Trudeau? That'll be fun. It'll be the first time Trudeau speaks to any representative from the convoy, by the way. It'll be on the stand in November of 2022. Instead of February. And then Brendan, I'm not sure where he was going with his last piece. I'm a fan of Brendan, but we also have to be critique, and we also have to be honest. He was trying to point out the top police in Ontario. The top 3 police would have been the commissioner himself of OPP, the commissioner of RCMP, and the deputy minister of public safety. So what I think Brendan was trying to do was establish who are the top dogs in policing. This witness didn't like that. He didn't want to do that. He doesn't want to rank himself above or below or anything like that. So he gave a very political answer, which was, we're all basically the same. There is no hierarchy like you're talking about. There is no structure like that. So Brendan had to kind of pivot his question a bit, and he goes, okay, well then, you're the top of the OPP. He's like, yes, I'm the top of OPP. I can say yes to that. And then the commissioner is the equivalent as the top of the RCMP. He's like, yes, that's the equivalent to the RCMP. And then he asked the deputy minister of public safety would be the top civil servant in policing. And that's where he didn't get a yes. He didn't get a yes at all. He kind of got you'd have to ask them, because from his perspective, public safety isn't policing. So maybe that's why he was splitting that hair, that he doesn't consider public safety policing. It might be the top civil position that would coordinate and deal with policing, but he doesn't see them as policing. He sees them as a political wing. All right, so that's the end of Brendan. He did a good job. I don't think that was his. He didn't have any home runs on that one. because this particular witness wasn't willing to go ahead and confirm things that he wasn't fully comfortable with. That's one of the risks. So that's fine. But I don't think there was any damage done. I think Brendan did a good job. Let me jump over to the comments. There's a few of them here. Oh, wow. Side note, Biden. I remember that one. Slowly, gotcha. CBC, gotcha. I think we had this one already. Yep. Who's that? Marco? Who's that? If that is, then yes, he is. I'll bring the list back up for you. But if it's Marco, then yeah, he's on the list. I'm bad with his last name in particular. I'm sorry. Perfection is a pursuit I'm not pursuing. Yeah, okay. Looks like you're talking Mendish. Well, your spelling might be off, but yeah, Marco's right there. If that's who you're referring to. So it looks like we'll be starting. Yeah, he might be on the first day because I think this is a week here. So it might be the first day. Justin might. And by the way, don't be surprised if Justin's not on there for very long, because yeah, don't be surprised if he's like a half a day or something like that. Don't be surprised. They might do 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe he'll get a full day right in the middle of the week, a Wednesday or something. But don't be surprised if he's not on there for too long, because I don't think he has much to add other than I was told what to do. I would, let's see, Klaus on here. That would be neat. Dave, you're fun. Why? As the last witness sort of said, a cop is a cop is a cop is, so they have to swear in. Do they have, everybody swears in? Do you mean swear into the commission? Everybody swears in. They get the choice of the Bible, affirm it, and the other options. I think the options are Bible, Quran, or alternative. You can swear in. But they all are. But do keep in mind the lawyers are not. So when they are adding commentary and testimony, it's very inappropriate. And as we saw yesterday, the CBC ran with comments from a lawyer instead of the witness, and they made a story about it, and they lied like through their teeth. I'll be posting a clip of that one because in real time I found out, because we're watching the whole event real time, and then I found out the CBC wrote an article about stuff we're watching, and it was dead wrong. So keep an eye out for that, or you can go back into yesterday's stream. You'll find it near the end, the last 30 minutes or so. It will pop up there. But CBC just flat out lied. Like, it was gross. I know that they embellish and they do lying, but to see it happen real time on an event that you're paying attention to, it sucked. Wow. All right, so I'm going to breeze through the last bit. There's a good chunk of you still here, so you guys do appreciate this. I'll keep going for you. I'm in no rush to leave you without information. Windsor Police Services didn't have a lot. Okay. I almost didn't mention them now. There was nothing much there to talk about. They basically got the OPP in, they cleared the bridge. No EEA was needed. City of Windsor, same thing. It was very, I don't even know why they called themselves. They were just doing a lot. She was doing a lot of questions around the cost to the city and trying to just establish stuff that this particular witness has no right responding to. In fact, I believe he got to the point where he said to her, yeah, these aren't appropriate for me. You're going to have to ask other people for this, because he can't answer them. There were things like how much it costs the city to buy concrete barriers. I'm not sure why the commissioner of the OPP would be the witness for that. Questions like that. Not sure what they were doing there, showboating or something. I don't know what she was doing there. She didn't add anything to this proceeding at all. Paul Champ, though, I'm going to have to say this is probably Paul's best segment yet as a lawyer, like getting out what he wanted. Hey, Paul, did you listen to my last stream or something where I suggested you kind of back off on the petty stuff? Because you did. You kind of did back off a bit this time. There was some in there. It's an impulse you can't control. I get it. But it was a little bit better. This was a very professional. I think he did a good job on this one. Sorry, just let me make one note before I forget it. Okay, so Paul, he went in there. He's one of the ones, everybody who's paying attention, that he's one of the ones that I think is pushing for a new central something, a new central command or central something that can take over police forces. That's what he's harping on that a whole bunch of times. And specifically, Paul keeps going to finding ways to create thresholds or triggers so that you don't even need the chief to make the decision. I think what Paul was having a hard time with this witness was Paul was trying to propose to the commissioner the idea of having something like that, but the commissioner knows the police laws too well. He knows that you actually don't need that. So he was talking about framework. He's totally trying to get a framework in place where the local police will be taken over. And then the quote from the witness was, "I don't think police need new direction on that in the Police Services Act. Adequately, it's already adequately settled." And so I'm not sure if you're not aware of this. The Police Services Act, is it Ontario? Yeah, it has to be. Might be federal. Ontario. Anyways, there's a Police Services Act that had jurisdiction over the commissioner. He's very well aware of it. And inside of that Police Services Act, there's a section 9, which basically says police forces can ask for assistance and you're going to get it. And then it lays out this whole framework of here's a request and here's what you're going to get and here's what we got to do and all this kind of stuff. There's this whole framework. So what Paul was asking for already exists. Just Paul's not happy with the fact that there's no trigger that is against the will of the local police department. That's all he's trying to look for adding. He said, I read it multiple times. There's no threshold. So who makes the decision? There we go. He said Section 9 has no criteria. And then the commissioner said, no, there is none, but there is a framework. How would you propose a threshold would work? So this witness was understanding quite well where Paul's going with this. He's trying to put a new mechanism in place in a framework that exists, but even the people who work with the framework don't understand what the thresholds would be. Would it be number of days? Would it be what? Because right now they already have ways. If the police board asks for it, if the chief asks for it, there's a committee. We get to this a little bit later. There's a committee for public safety or something like that could also ask for it. There's already mechanisms. So then he had to pivot because I think he realized he was not going anywhere with this witness because this witness doesn't even agree with where he was going with him. Because he kept saying things like, who gets to decide when the OPS cedes power? He kept using that, cedes power. And he also implied that slowly would have to just, on a whim, ad hoc, he used the word ad hoc, he decides when to do this. Commissioner said, no, his decision is not ad hoc, and it's based on their best experience. So what Paul was trying to say was he didn't like that slowly didn't execute something sooner, and he wanted a mechanism to do it. And this witness is saying, no, we have mechanisms already to help, and all they got to do is ask, and that's based on their experience, Paul, not any more than that. So I think that's when he started to give up on it. He was asking about whether or not he was thinking about taking over under Section 9. And that at that point in time, the commissioner did say that there was a conversation that needed to happen. He believed that a conversation needed to take place with Slowly. That wasn't a decision that they were going to execute or do anything under Section 9, because again, Section 9 requires Slowly or the police board to ask for it. But they were to start the conversation. And here's how that would go. OPP would call the local police force and say, yo, how's it going? Everything groovy for you? And they'll say, no, not going so well. Well, do you think you need some help from us? Because we can, Section 9 this and get it done in 20 hours. And then you go, okay, well, let's do that. That's probably how that call would go down. More of an offering because they think they need to get it. But it wouldn't be a decision by the OPP to just do it. And this is where Paul was going with that. So he said, no, there would be a conversation. We'd have to take a conversation. And then he asked if he was concerned about the chief. And the answer was, I hesitate to say that I was losing confidence in the chief. He was concerned about the plan. So he wasn't concerned about the chief himself, but he was concerned about the OPS plan. And as we hear a little bit later, the chief is not responsible for making the plan. They'll have input. They'll eventually approve it, but the plan is created by other people. So this witness wasn't concerned about Slowly, but he was concerned about what Slowly had to work with, which was the plan. Paul went a little bit back into the jerry can painting, so I'm going to skip that because this is just pointless at this point. So he asked if it was time to end it because Paul just created this huge story about how everything was horrible, and the witness basically said, well, that's not something he'll be able to determine. That's what the inquiry itself is for, whether or not timing and things were appropriate. But he did say that maybe it could have ended sooner or earlier if the PLT work was allowed to continue and continue the way OPP is used to doing it, because they also had some interference out of the OPS for that. So he was basically saying, like, if we were able to do PLT work the way we know how from the very beginning, it could have ended earlier. And then Paul was trying to lay blame on a delay because OPP has a procedure before they do anything. And Paul was painting a picture that the residents thought it was a delay and it sucked for them. No matter what they want to call it now, it was a delay. But Commissioner said no, he'll not agree with that. We were providing job descriptions and doing everything required in the plan to execute it. So from OPP's perspective, there was 0 microseconds delay between the request and the start of the planning and the execution of the plan. What Paul was trying to say was, well, you guys weren't here yet. Well, yeah, the plan's got to roll out and you got to make phone calls and people got to get there. So I don't know if Paul's expecting things to instantly materialize, including police officers, but he got a little lesson on logistics here and how that actually works. So there was no delay. Paul was saying that 1,800 officers were supposed to be there and there was no significant numbers of OPP officers, correct? Be careful when you make statements like that, Paul, because, well, what's your definition of significant? Does it match the witnesses? Because if it doesn't, you're going to have what happened to you. And he says, no, we had over 400 officers there, and I consider that significant. So Paul's attempt to try and say there was no significant attempt by the OPP to be of assistance just got shot down right out of the sky. You may have wanted 1,800, but there was over 400 there, and they were definitely, that's a significant number. So that's Paul. I think he did a good job for Paul. That was a pretty good job. I didn't like that little middle part where he goes back to the jerry cans, but that's Paul. Last witness at a cop. Okay, we were here. No, about they said they had this work option. Oh, that's that part too. Yeah, that's silly. For the Emergency Act for saving a couple hours. That was sad for them to even say that. They should have just left that off the table because it makes them look so petty. But I guess there's a rule with the government. If you have 10 petties that make something of substance, I don't know. They're going for that. You stack up enough petty, and then maybe it's a pile of something. But that was one of them. So hopefully we don't hear too much about that one anymore because I think they were thoroughly embarrassed by that. When cops come in from other areas, so called. Yeah, that happens. So yeah, they will bring them in, and RCMP was the biggest one because RCMP has a different jurisdiction and they're running under different policing laws. But anybody under the Police Services Act, whether it's Ontario or national, it would have been a little bit different. The swearing in is kind of already happened for all officers under that. They would have just had to have been just jurisdictionally aware. Anything that's different in that police station, but RCMP had the swearing in ceremonies and they had to do that. By the way, on that subject, it's kind of weird that a ceremony is something that physically has to happen, or else you can't have an officer do something. Whatever, tradition in business, I mean, in government is something that happens. Ceremonies are important, and if they don't happen, I guess the law won't support it. In any case, Canadian Constitution Foundation. Hey, Christine and the team, you guys are awesome. You are giving everybody a nice education on how the procedures of the police services work. No, this is not police services. Yes. So this is Section 9 stuff. So he was asked if a request came under the Police Services Act, you mentioned that you'd be able to go, and yes, they absolutely had the willingness, and they would have been there. And then Canadian Constitution Foundation started laying out the legal framework of how that works under the Police Act. So we went to page 3 where they listed off the 3 ways it can be initiated under Section 9. So it could be done by the Ontario Civilians Police Commission. We get into a little bit of detail later on what that is, but they have the power. So they, under their power, they can request it. The Crown Attorney can do it. And then a request by the chief or the police board. And this witness added a fourth one, which was, no, sorry, the third one is a request of chief and the police board. And then this witness added a fourth one, which is a request by chief or the board. So the board can do it without the chief can do it without the board. So I guess he just clarified that. So Section 9, Sub 2 of the rules, if there's a finding. So the first step is to notify the police board. So if they were going to do a Section 9, and it's something that Paul should have been paying attention to, if they were going to do a Section 9, the police board is the first one that gets notice. So they didn't initiate it. They didn't need to. But hey, Paul, if you're listening, there is a mechanism in place. If they thought that something was going wrong, the Ontario Civilians Police Commission could have done it. The Crown Attorney could have done it. The police board could have done it. And the chief could have done it. So everybody, all those people that had the ability to do it, none of them thought that it was necessary. So, and by the way, Paul, go speak to your police board. They replaced the chief. They had plenty of power. They were doing things. This wasn't one that they wanted to do or even tried to do. So I would ask you, Paul, to stop asking for it. If the board does not comply, so there's another mechanism there that if the board itself doesn't respond or comply, then there's another step. But in either case, all of this exists without the EA. So that's kind of where we're going with this. He was kind of trying to say whether or not it would be a takeover. This witness was very hesitant to say that, but ultimately that is what it is, because if you come in and do all the police services, you are taken over. But where he split the hair here is, in his definition of taken over, the previous one is defunct, and he says the police services, Ottawa Police Services, were not defunct. They would have been just augmented, more assistance and people taking over some of the command structure side of things, but it wouldn't have been a defunct police services. So in his mind, that was the difference between that. It wasn't a takeover, it would have been assistance. And then they got into what the commission is, the Civil Service Commission is. There's not much there for us. The Emergency Management Services Act, they started getting into talking a bit more about the EMCPA. And then he got in some legal questions that this witness was not comfortable with. But he did help a bit. So under the provincial emergency, you would agree that under the Provincial Emergency Act, you can make an order limiting movement and travel. And they were showing it. And yeah, that's what it reads, it says. So, that's a big one. You can limit travel. That's a big one. You can evacuate people and property. And yep, I agree that that's what's written there. So they could have arrested people. They could have towed cars. They could have moved. They say evacuate. It's the same thing as moving, right? You're moving them. Would you agree that they could create a red zone under this? Okay, so this was a little bit of dancing a bit. That's a difficult question of law, but we do have a provision to limit. So he did agree that there was a way to do it. And then under the Provincial Emergency Act, and then under these provisions, could they have limits? And then this is where he kind of said, okay, I'm a cop, and you want a lawyer now. He backed off. That was the end of the questioning, because yeah, we kind of got to the end of this expertise ability to answer those questions on whether or not they could have done it. But the rules were any highway. And we get to this later with the commissioner. Commissioner, I think he was following this part here, and he wasn't quite satisfied either. So he does ask that question later. Democracy Fund, this guy needs a different headset, and he's got to get a background. He's the least professional Zoom, but he's one of the top lawyers. So we'll look past his Zoom presence and get back to the lawyering. Yeah, so he asked if the OPP took over Windsor because they were small. He said he didn't take over, but they were asked to. And yeah, they're just a small city. They don't have the resources like Toronto and others. Was it a large protest? It was large. Was it really effective? for the operation plans. Okay, so the plans for the 12th were effective. So they cleared everything. And then on the 12th and the 13th, everything was done. It took 2 days to complete everything in Windsor. That's important to everybody because on the 13th, that's a full day before the EA. And we heard even in the EA announcement itself that they referenced Windsor Bridge, but it was already cleared at that point in time. So they were talking about an open bridge as if it wasn't, and they were pointing out as one of the reasons why. Did it with Coots. Coots was not a problem at the time too, but they were talking about it during that announcement. Because most people don't follow the news as closely as us, right? So a lot of people listening to those announcements and reading the CBC believe it. They believe that it was still packed with truckers and jerry cans and all this bad stuff because they don't actually pay attention to the real news. But yeah, no, it was cleared. It was cleared, and I knew it was cleared. It was announced it was cleared before the EA came down. It actually he confirmed that the bridge itself opened on the morning of the 14th, and that was before the EA. The commissioner said that's correct. He understood that. And then you attacked him a bit properly. This is right. You should be doing this, lawyers. You attacked him on the 700 million per day number because it's not a specialty. He can't say that. He shouldn't be saying that. And you cannot tell us if it's economics was derived. Right. So, like they say, okay, we've heard this a lot of times: $700 million a day of economic activity loss, but they're not factoring in the tunnel, the Blue Water Bridge. They're not factoring everything else that was available. So you can't do that. That's just bad propaganda. You could say this bridge supports $300 million a trade a day, but by saying because that bridge is down, that's also going to be the economic impact for the whole country when there's other routes to get everything in. Good job on Alan for that one, making sure that he recognized that he's not an expert, and that might have helped the commissioner kind of take that number and throw it out of his head until an expert actually shows what the losses are in the future. Freeland, is that going to be you? The Blue Water Bridge was not blocked. It was cleared before the EA. Yes, you confirmed that. It was cleared before the PLU. It was cleared because of PLU and negotiations. So police liaison units and the negotiations cleared that one. No EA. And then Cornwall was brought up because, again, the government mentioned multiple international borders were being blocked. And Cornwall was one that they were, I think, alluding to. I don't think they actually named them, but they were alluding to it, at least alluding to it. That was cleared February 12th. So my math is still good. February 12th is before the 14th. So Cornwall, Windsor, no problems the day the EA was dropped. And of course, they knew that. National Police Federation was next. Very quick on this one. They were concerned about the RCMP officers standing around, so they wanted to clarify around that. I guess what they were trying to do, because it's the National Police Federation, is they want to protect their members publicly. So they didn't want this rumor around that they're just a bunch of lazy officers. So they kind of wanted to confirm and dig into that a bit more. And he just said from memory, it was about 250 officers standing around. No direct evidence to that. He heard it very early, and they would have to go verify that. So I think that's good on them because their job is to protect their members, and police are all members. So that's what they did. They were kind of clarifying that and making it clear that they weren't being lazy cops or anything like that. And I don't think that's where he was going with that. They were just cops not given direction. So that's kind of where they wanted to clean that up and clarify that. And for some reason, they were talking about the OPP is responsible for Queen's Park. That's in Toronto. And some legislation, protective services would also do it. Are they responsible for physical? I think where she was going with that was if the PPS, Parliamentary Protective Services, was looking for any assistance, kind of like what Queen Park gets from the OPP, that the OPP would have been available for that. This witness responded with, I'm not sure, because things are a little bit different on the federal level, and PPS has a different responsibility than the legislative police services do, LPS. So he couldn't really apples to apples that, and he kind of left it at that. All right, Ontario Provincial Police are next. Christopher Diana. Very short, so there's not much here. So for those that need a bathroom break, we're almost done. Okay, we're almost done. And I'm one of those. So I'll be wrapping up here as quick as I can. without losing information for you. And all the texts, that anybody try to direct you, he says no. Anybody from the Ontario government trying to give him direction, he says no. So he was autonomous. He was doing things on his own properly. He wasn't being directed, which is good. Were you asked for tools? I was asked by me. So he was asked if they could provide any tools to the federal government. He was asked by the ministry on February 10th. And at that meeting, that's where he made a suggestion for the provincial Emergency Act, Emergency Management and Civil Protections Act. And they were going to use that to get it. Sorry, this thing's a bug in my ear. It went weird. Were you provided with the tools? Yes. And did they help? Yes. So they were sitting there negotiating and working out on the provincial Emergency Act, and all the tools that he asked for were not all were given to him. We find out later the tow truck one wasn't, but the ones that he did receive from it were helpful. We were able to do things with that. For the EA, did you know that the federal government was going to do it? No. When did you find out? At the time it was invoked, I received no official notification. So he found out when we all did. That bugged me too, and it bugged him too, because it was then asked, you were not consulted by the feds? He said no. Did the deputy of public safety of the province talk to you? No. We never spoke about the EA at all. So provincial level didn't know, or at least they didn't talk to him about it. So he found out from the news like we did. And that's really weird, isn't it? Really weird. And I think that's where Brendan's going with, you're one of the top 3 police officers, so maybe you should have known that stuff. I think maybe Brendan's going to try and make that connection. The Hayden reports, was it created for, they went into, here we go again, right, Clay? Here's where they're doing this national intelligence stuff again. The Hayden reports, was it created for national? Says, and then this witness says we have a need for national. No, sorry. This is where he was explaining that even though it's a provincial police force, they needed to have national information because in order to be prepared for stuff coming out of the province, you need to have that information too. And I also assure you they have international information that comes in as well. They're very good at collecting information there. Does RCMP have one similar? And he says, no, they don't have a similar product. You'll hear that term, similar product, that will come out later with the commissioner himself. And did you get feedback from this? So, of course, this is the OPP lawyer, and they're going to do a lot of things to, really prop them up. And one of them was, were you getting feedback from people? And of course, he knew the answer to that was, they get lots of positive feedback on these reports. Everybody loves them. We get comments regular and often about the quality, the timing. It's very positive. At any point, did you come across a situation to give rise to national security? So here's that national security thing again. I disagree with the commissioner on this one because I think he's making a stretch on economic impact and national security. I think in his mind, if what he's being told is true, then he can see how he can make the connection to national security. But again, officer, you're assuming that the officials are telling you the truth. So, for example, when they say the $700 million of economic damage by the bridge being closed in Windsor, you took that as truth because you even repeated it as truth. But it's not truth, Commissioner. It's going to be so far from the truth, you're going to have the deer in headlights look that one of your officers had when they realized that the government lied to them. $700 million? No, that didn't happen. Far less than that, and I'd be surprised if it was really impactful at all because there were alternate routes the entire time. And then I noticed on the February 19th Hayden report that it was titled the Freedom Convoy / Bear Hug 2.0. Anybody know what Bear Hug 1.0 is? And what is Bear Hug 2.0 reference to? I don't know what that is. I don't know if that was a name that came up during the convoy. Maybe somebody listening has an idea what that is, but Bear Hug 2.0. Don't know what that is. But it was on their Hayden report. Whenever those reports come up, I'm trying to read them as fast as I can because we're getting a glimpse into, some intel reports. They're kind of fun to read. Okay, so folks, we only have a little bit left here. We have a little bit from the Commission Council, and then we have what I think is Justice Paul's best um, uh, collection of questions yet. These are some really good questions from the commissioners, so stay tuned for those. But the Commission Council did a re-exam first and focused in on tow trucks. Um, did you add tools from the EA? So the question here was, so the EA drops, they're dealing with the plan to get the tow trucks and stuff like that all around the same time. And then he asked if he added any tools from the EA into his plan. So the EA dropped on the 14th, but the plan they're all working with was kind of finalized on the 13th. So he was asking, did you kind of amend your plans with tools from the EA? And his answer was awesome, because he said we didn't have time. We didn't have notice that it was coming. And before we could do anything with the tools provided by the EA, we had to seek our own legal advice to understand what the tools were and how they're available to us. So it drops on the 14th, and you didn't have notice it was coming. So you couldn't implement any tools into your plans instantly. I think we heard testimony that by the 17th, they started to use some of the tools from the EA. The threat of seizure was one of them, and then the threat to compel, or the compelling of the tow truck drivers. Again, we've heard a lot about the tow truck drivers. It doesn't seem like the compelling of tow truck drivers was ever a factor that really materialized. They were going to do it anyways. So I think we can maybe put the tow truck issue to bed now. But the closing of it was he was all coordinated and ready to go, and his plans. So, like all good planning, like really all good planning, you should kind of have a worst case scenario in your planning and what you have as a minimal for your operation. And this was great. He identified that inside of their planning, they were prepared to work with as little as 2 tow trucks. And he was also saying that with or without the EA, they were going to do it. And even if that meant officers driving the tow trucks, they would have used what they had to get the job done. Great. Like, that's exactly what we would expect you to do. And you didn't need the EA for that. So is the government going to later come out and say, well, we weren't comfortable with OPP driving tow trucks, so we need the EA to force the tow truck driver to do it? I don't think Canada would support that. So there's some good cross there on the Commission Council. And now we're on to the last bit here, folks. Let me just check the messages. Nope, we're good. Okay, Dave and all the team, we'll get through this last bit. Justice Paul Rudu, the commissioner, asked some good. This is his best question I think he's had so far. Sometimes he worries me where he's going with it, but this wasn't so bad. He was talking about the national product, though, the national intelligence product. And I do think we're going to see a recommendation out of the commissioner of some sort of nationwide national something. We call it Central Command for now, but I believe that'll be one of the recommendations. And the government has already said we're eagerly awaiting the recommendations to implement. So whether they've asked for that or they're waiting for it or whatnot, several witnesses have been bringing that in, and so is the commissioner himself, Justice Paul. He's bringing it himself. So he asked if there was no national product, and the answer was no, nothing specific. And they kind of developed this around because of rail blocks. So I'm not sure if you know this, if you're all from Canada or not, but we do have a lot of protesters who will block rail, especially important rail connections. Montreal, Toronto corridor is one that's quite targeted because of its impact on the economy. Freeland, right? You didn't do any EA there. But in any case, because that was becoming a thing, this is what spurred them to develop the Haddon reports. So they had a need to fill, and that's why they did it. And then, of course, it's limited to Ontario. And is that something that should be a national program? And that was the commissioner's question, justice's question. And then OPP said yes, but we would need to be involved, but a national picture. It would be a good idea. And then he got into his conspiracy theory stuff. This is kind of what we talked about a bit about the WF, because he was saying the 2 events seemed coordinated or planned. We had 2 at furthest locations in Ontario. I believe it was coordinated. Well, I don't necessarily believe he's right on that one, because Windsor Just it happens to be the southeast corner of Ontario, because that's where the land touches, that's where the lakes are, and that's where the bridge is, and that's where the U.S. border is. And then Ottawa is where it is because it was close to Montreal. That's where they put Ottawa. So they just happen to be physically where they're located, and those also happen to be the two areas where the protest would have been effective. So Ottawa and Windsor were effective. I don't think you can look past that, because what he was saying was they were the furthest part and we were stretched, and the people would understand that we'd have a long distance to go and all that kind of stuff. I really don't think that that was anybody's plan. You can suspect it all you want, but I don't think you have evidence of that. And then he was asked that, is that your belief or do you have evidence? He says, absolutely no evidence, a suspicion. I had a responsibility to consider everything, which is fine, sure. But I don't even think amongst the truckers that would have been in their thinking. Let's stretch the police so far that they can't do anything. They might have been thinking that way about having multiple stuff all over the place, but they weren't picking Ottawa and Windsor because it was strategically the furthest apart and stuff like that. So that was one piece of his testimony, in addition to the national security stuff that I didn't think he should have talked about, and he shouldn't have done that. But given how good he was all the way through everything else, we can let that one slide. No evidence. Okay, good. February 5th, were there EA chats? Okay, so February 5th, we found that there was a chat briefly about Emergency Act, and then the commission justice asked, between the 5th and the 14th, did you talk to anybody else? And he says, no, certainly nobody else. So it came up once. It wasn't asked for. It was just contemplated. It's just one of the tools. Then you talked about a command structure, national. Here we go again with the justice. So the first part was about intelligence, national intelligence around that HAD report. And the next part was about command structure, national command structure. All right. So it looks like Justice Paul is keen on that because he's asking if there should be one. And this witness said there would be value if there was a consistent command structure. Now, I'm not sure if this witness understood that a commissioner was talking about like an organization, because this witness responded in procedural talk. So there is a framework and there's a national framework. We all kind of follow a command structure that's similar. But what the justice was going for was like another organization that would actually have powers and be brought into an existence through a statute. So maybe a little bit of cross wires there, but the justice still got the question he was looking for. He was trying to get confirmation it would be a good idea, and he got it. Okay, so here's something interesting. So the commissioner, this is a great question of the commissioner. He brought out the fact that this witness was involved in adding tools to the Provincial Emergency Act. And one of the ones he asked for was to compel truck drivers specifically. So it was written in there specifically. And he asked, did you ask for that? And he's like, yeah, I asked for that. That would be handy. Was it in there? And he says, no. And he's like, well, why was it not added? He's like, I don't know. Because the commissioner said something along the lines like, you requested it, you said you needed it, but did it fall into the black hole of requests? And he's like, I don't know. He wasn't there for that. He put in his recommendations. That was one of them. And then we kind of touched on at the end of the video is, why wouldn't the province go and throw that one in? Everybody's complaining about tow trucks. Just toss it in. This is the time you're making law. You're not even debating it. You're not going to be challenged on it. So go ahead and put that power in order to do it. Left that one out. It's weird. Might have just been oversight or something, but now after the fact, we are seeing a lot of people pointing to the tow trucks as a reason for taking away our rights. So it's interesting that the commissioner realized that you could have put it in there. You did ask for it, but they didn't put it in there. Was it a request? He didn't make it? Yes. It was on the table. It was discussed. Would have been helpful if you received it? Yes. And then he got into exclusion zones, and this is where we found out more of the law. And this is wonderful because this kills a whole bunch of the narrative about why they needed the Emergency Act. Exclusion zones. So they have zones to let people know you can't be here. We heard already many times that common law has that ability, but we also heard that it might have been too confusing for people to understand the common law version. But in either case, We didn't have to do a common law version, as the commissioner found out. The EMCPA itself had exclusion zones built into it, and they were put in there. And we got some clarification on exactly what kind it was. Let me get to it. Was first the commissioner asked, was there explicitly an exclusion zone around the Wellington area discussed? And he said, well, no, but around critical infrastructure, yes. So critical infrastructure would have been Parliament Hill itself. Was it your understanding that the EMCPA could create a zone? And it was his understanding that it would have allowed them to create one, and officers had the tools to proceed and lay charges and seize vehicles under the EMCPA, and it was available to Ottawa. So the commissioner kind of pushed to get more, to find out more about this. So your understanding is Wellington was declared to be critical infrastructure, and he had to be clearer. He says, I can be much clearer. It was not so what was put into the EMCPA was no blocking of any highway. So as we know, under the Highway Traffic Act, this came out before, highway means any vehicle, any road, anything that a vehicle can drive on for the purpose of driving is called a highway. So roads are considered highways. So you can't block any highway or road. And that would then include Wellington. So the road itself would be deemed the critical infrastructure that you can't block. So that's when the commissioner said, so under the EMCPA, any road can be declared. And yes, the answer was yes. And that was at any point blocking any highway in all of the province of Ontario, which includes the city of Ottawa. And then that was the end of that. So he said, thank you very much. That helps clear it up. He says the act has the power to clear that. And he said, yes. So that's what we ended on. The commissioner asking at the very end whether or not the Provincial Emergency Act had the power to, could have had the power for the tow trucks. The answer to that was yes, but it was dropped. And it could have had the power to establish the zone, the exclusion zone. And the answer is absolutely yes. So here's how we ended today. OPP has made it clear to the commissioner that ample existing laws and tools were in place, and they even created one at the provincial level that gave them the ability to basically do everything they wanted to, and there was no need for the Emergency Act. So like I said earlier, I believe we're now at the point in this commission where we're not talking about trying to figure out whether or not the government overstepped. They did. I believe at this point is very, very clear that they did. There's no refuting evidence, and there's ample evidence that shows that that was the case. So we're not going to be trying to determine whether or not the government overstepped. They did. CBC may not report that, but it's clear to us at this point that is the case. We're going to be spending the next few weeks now pointing fingers, understanding who's responsible and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to try and find out whether or not the federal government worked themselves up in such a frenzy that they found themselves in a predicament where they just totally lost it and throw the Emergency Act at it. Or we're going to find out that this stuff was discussed a lot sooner and they were kind of just waiting for their moment. I don't know. Okay. Like if you're into the agenda type of things, they were told to do it. But if you're into the let's figure it out and let's review the information first and let's hear some more, we really don't have that answer yet. So we've got basically 4 weeks to go. This is only the first 2 weeks. We basically have 4 weeks, maybe 5 to go. We might be doing weekends and long evenings going forward. We'll find out tomorrow, because as slowly it's not finished tomorrow, we'll be doing it Saturday. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed that. We took a couple of side steps. We went and looked at the officially induced error. This is something that Brendan brought up. This witness didn't understand, and I thought you guys would appreciate learning about that. And I can see where Brendan's going with that, because if the government told you to do something, even if it's against the law, it becomes a defense if later it turns out it was against the law and you're in trouble or charged for it. So I can see that, the big picture, you can't have an unlawful assembly if it can't be deemed unlawful, and it can't be unlawful if people can't break laws. So if they were told to put the trucks there by the officials, there would be no law-breaking ability because of the officially induced error. Clever. I can see where he's going with that. I don't think the commissioner is necessarily going to be all that impressed with that one, but I am. So good job, everybody. We're almost at the 12-hour mark for this video. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. Oh, wow, James, you stayed the whole time. Very cool. So thank you. Yeah, it was a good guest. He really challenged me. He's a professional critic. He's a smart guy. He knows a lot of stuff. We had a nice little back and forth there, where I think he was trying to challenge my plan to become an independent, and I think I was able to explain to him how my type of independent, like a true independent, is a valuable tool that we don't use. I hope other people think that way too. It would be great to see Leslie Lewis decide to break away and become a true independent and run as an independent for the next election. But as I know, it's a very difficult road. So thank you all very much. Same time tomorrow. Another informative. No problem, Connie. Yeah, no problem, Connie. I appreciate you saying so. It's a lot of effort, it's a lot of time, but I enjoy it. So I'm glad you get something out of it as well. All right. Well, on that note, thank you all very much. You all take care and have yourself a great night. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Eastern time. We'll start it all over again. And it's with ex-chief Peter Slowly. I suspect we're going to see some fireworks in this one, especially when the OPS lawyer comes up. There's going to be a lot there. And I wonder what the government of Canada will do, but we're going to be looking forward to that. So everybody, you take care. Thank you, James. Thank you, Connie. Dave, nice to meet you. Prairie, you're awesome. We'll scroll through this. There's James again. Clay, Sandy, nice to meet you. I think it was the first time we had you here. To everybody else, I'm sorry if I missed you. I really appreciate you taking the time to be here and putting it in the chat. So until tomorrow, we'll see you all then. Thank you very much. God bless. Have a great night.
And if you like this video, remember to like and subscribe and press that notification button to receive more information like this. You can also follow me at yellowhead.vote to stay informed and get the inside scoop. Thank you.